My headphones are still upstairs. God damn it. Ah, hi, Evel. You get a first and jingly keys. We're doing a little a little quickie thing today. I say, hold up. If you if you're still, there we go. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake the fuck up. We're gonna be doing some creepypasta reading today. And as soon as I go and get my headphones from upstairs. Oh, that was you with the jingle keys. That's right, that's right, that's right. Lazzy jingle keys. Hey, everyone gets the jingle keys. I'll explain this a little bit more here in a bit. Back in like a second. Yeah, that's right. I can hear stuff. Well, is the first. They are the witness of everything. As I get ready to do this shit. But yeah, what's up? Kind of a little late in the night, but you know what better time to do some spooky story reading than 3 a.m. Got myself a little coffee here, you know, already. I was planning on doing stuff earlier, but I don't know. I did some other stuff instead. Like SCP 5K with some other peeps, which I think we played that a little bit, but it's definitely better with other people. But at the same time, like that is a neat idea in a very rough game, I'd say. There's this very fun moment where it turns out no friendly fire, but you can blow the other person's head off with like a shotgun. So you can have a little headless crew rolling around. But anyways, yeah. Here's the thing. I was wondering if this was going to be enough for just a single stream, but this creepypasta written by Cosby DAF, Cosby Dab, on something called Blog Leech apparently. It's very image heavy. It's a very visual creepypasta, as well as having 8 whole chapters. I think the wiki even had to split it into like sub-pages. It says here. Which, hey, pretty interesting, right? People say this is a pretty good one, actually. In video games, Demon/Devil, suggested reading on the creepypasta fandom wiki. Anyways, get this stuff going real quick. There you go. Stream on the phone. Okay. One last second. Grab my phone charger, please. Grab it in a second. You know? If you ever wonder what I'm doing in the 10 minutes before we start, usually, that's kind of it. Oh god, I forgot my charger, I forgot my whatever, you know? There you go, plug in there. Let's go to chatting anyways. Because we're not starting soon, we're starting now. Is this too hot to drink? Might be. I just made this. Alright, let's pull this up, huh? Desktop, please, thank you. Wowie woo wow woo. So yeah, pretty much what I just said over there. Very popular, lots of videos on this, which I think one of my favorite ones. Yeah, I actually started watching a video on this before stopping and going like, no, this is something I'd rather check out myself. Which does happen from time to time when I find like a weirdo obscure game or something like that, you know? To check it out later. Also, while we're at it, let's get some whoa, whoa. Let's get some music going real quick too. Nope. Is this still oh yeah, no, this is this live? It isn't. Yeah, that's good enough. Alright. As we were saying though, NES Godzilla creepypasta, good job, is a very long pasta. I do like how they short it down to pasta though. I think that's pretty fun. Let's cap this down just a little bit. For me as well. Originally written by this person, which... Oh boy. Contributions? Huh. Oh, they made normal porn for normal people. The project. Things like that. Interesting. And of course, another one of the popular pages up here. If that's something they wrote as well. Anyways, everybody, buckle the fuck up. I'm about to get into this, yeah? Chapter 1, Earth and Mars. When I was a little kid, the two things I loved most in life were Godzilla and NES games. So naturally, when Godzilla, Monster of Monsters came out, it was like a dream come true. Well, almost. To sum it up, most of the game revolved around getting through very repetitive outer space levels while smashing up tanks and jets and then fighting against Godzilla's monster enemies. Overall, it was pretty mediocre, but back then I didn't care. When I got the game as a present for my 10th birthday, I played it night and day as much as I could. Fortunately, I traded the game for Amagon a year later, much to my regret when I found out what the game was like. Recently, I'd bought a new NES system. Through a lot of hunting and asking around, my friend Billy finally managed to find a copy of Godzilla, Monster of Monsters. I was pumped to play my favorite childhood game. It never even occurred to me to ask where Billy found it. He also gave me some other games like Legend of Zelda, Bomberman, some stupid thing called Action 52, but Godzilla had to come first. So I started the game, and the nostalgia came flooding back like a tidal wave. Godzilla's 8-bit theme song flooded proudly through the speakers, and I was soon grinning like an idiot. Some people laugh at me for playing such outdated games, but I've never had as much enjoyment for any games other than those on the NES. Those 8-bit games take me back to when things were much simpler, more safe. But after what's happened with this game, I don't have those feelings anymore. Is it just me? Is this music really loud? Stop that. Sorry. I had forgotten how quick the fun of smashing things as Godzilla wore off in the scrolling levels. The game bombards you with bullets and things crashing into you from every direction, and you're too big to avoid most of them. Though my excitement had worn down some, it wasn't long at all before I got my first boss battle. My first opponent was Ghidorah, an obscure squid kaiju who had never been in a Godzilla movie. Most annoying thing about fighting Ghidorah is that he always backs you into a corner and starts smacking you with his tentacle, and you're unable to move until he gets off you. This move doesn't do any damage, but it can stall you until the time runs out and you have to start the fight over, and he regains some health. It's as annoying as it sounds, and of course he did it when I fought him, only for some reason this caused the game to glitch up because once he started smacking me, he never stopped. The timer was supposed to end the fight in about 40 seconds, but this lasted nearly 5 minutes. After a while, the graphics started to mess up with little red blocks all over the place. As such... Oh my god. Whoa. Which was weird, but I just took the game out, blew on it, and then started again. Wasn't about to let a little glitch stand in my way, so I started again, and this time defeated Ghidorah and level's other boss monster, Moguera, without any problem. So then it was on to the next planet, Mars. I browsed around the board and found something expected. Where Varen's piece should have been, there was instead a piece representing Titanosaurus. There were only 10 kaiju in the game, and Titanosaurus was not one of them. Or so I thought. Perhaps Titanosaurus was originally intended to be in the game, but was swapped out with a Varan for some reason? Ah. As you can see right there. I don't actually know the names that well, but I think that might be who they're talking about, maybe. I began to feel very excited. Not only was I playing my favorite game, but I was playing a prototype of some sort, with a new monster. And needless to say, I ran through the levels as fast as I could to see Titanosaurus in action. Fought Ghidorah again and beat him before he could do his tentacle smack. This time the glitch started happening when he died. Ghidorah's sprite didn't sink to the bottom, but instead seemed to be devoured by the glitch, and his eyes started randomly spawning all over the screen. Ooh. I know now that these glitches with Ghidorah were my first warning sign that something was very wrong with this game, but foolishly I had ignored it and proceeded on to fight Moguera, who this time had a glitch of his own. Okay, so that's Titanosaurus, I think. Oh. Moguera was twice the size he should have been, which startled me. He was also considerably harder to beat than usual, which was to say, not at all. But soon I defeated him also, and when he died, yet another glitch happened. Ooh. This happened extremely fast, so I was lucky to get a screen cap of it at all. But what happened was that the giant Moguera spite started to shatter and melt. Also, if you look at the garbled text at the right corner of the screen, you'll notice what appears to be a bird in a cage. I still have no idea what that's about. Is that what you mean? I guess I kind of see it. A little bit. Now, at this point, I was about to fight Titanosaurus, and I was worried as to what kind of glitches would happen this time. But to my surprise, Titanosaurus looked just fine. While all the game's bipedal monsters were the same height, Titanosaurus was a bit taller. But since Titanosaurus actually was taller than Godzilla in his film debut, I thought this was kinda cool. Okay. After a very fun fight with a monster that wasn't supposed to be in the game, I took over the enemy base and proceeded not to Jupiter like normal, but instead to Pathos. Oh. That's chapter 1, huh? Okay, 8 chapters of that. I was like, oh, people are like, this is a long pasta. I mean, I guess like a creepypasta is usually about a page or so, right? I mean, we got a full 8 going on for us, don't we? Which moves us on to chapter 2, Pathos. Ba-ba-da-ba. Pathos was the same as Jupiter in layout, except the board was dark blue rather than green. The first thing I noticed was that all the usual level icons had been replaced by a blue rock and some kind of orange honeycomb shape. Lurk? Hey there, Bonnie. What's up? I'm just chilling out right now. Yeah. On chapter 2 of the NES Godzilla creepypasta. There was one icon that had part of the jungle icon shape, but I didn't pay much thought to it. Checked the other side of the board to see the new monster. Instead of Hedorah, it was Biolant. That thing? I think they mean that thing. That couldn't have been right. Godzilla vs. Biolant didn't come out until 1989. This game was made in 1988. Perhaps Toho put Biolant in this game to build excitement for the movie next year, but it changed their minds. I tried to rationalize the game's abnormalities any way I could, but this proved to be futile. Pathos' map song was the first new song I heard in the game. Like most of the new songs, it was hard to describe, but I'll try. I start out slow and suspenseful, much slower than any song in the game, but every 12 seconds or so there'd be a loud clashing sound and the tempo changed. It's like the composer randomly played parts from 5 different songs with the same instruments. Moved Godzilla over to one of the many blue rock icons that had replaced the jungle icons and started the level. The level resembled a blue mountain range with a blood-red planet in the sky. There's something odd about the mountains. They had a shredded paper look to them. At first maybe the glitch had affected it, but it looked far too intentional. A shredded paper look, huh? Quickly noticed something else about the new level. There were no enemies, not even obstacles. I should also mention that this is where the point meter started to become glitched beyond comprehension. It didn't bother me much, though. I never really keep up with the game points. So without having to focus on anything, I listened to the music while walking through the level unopposed. Music had a sorrowful feel to it. Would have been rather pleasant had I heard it in a normal game. Level went on for 3 screens, but with no obstacles With no obstacles around, I finished it very quickly. I tried other levels of the same type to see if any enemies appear, but there were none. There's little else to be seen in the Blue Mountains, so I tried the other level type. Started when the orange levels and my eyes were assaulted with grotesque backgrounds of tumorous orange eyes. The sky was the same as the ground, so I assumed the game was indicating this level takes place in a cave. Hey there, Ryuki. I think I saw you last night, huh? Was it last night? Yesterday morning? Something like that. But yeah, no, come on in. I think we're on chapter 2 now. I'm just hanging out. Started later than usual today, so a little something lighter. something that kind of caught my interest a bit. Let's see where this goes, yeah? Let's see. Assume this game was indicating this level takes place in a cave. Have you eaten yet beforehand? Yeah, actually. I had a little bit of egg ham toast stuffs, you know? Because, hadn't really had anything today till then. But... anyways. The only enemies here were Matango's spawn, but as you can see, the little bastards were everywhere. Music certainly didn't help with the mixture of screeching sounds and loud drum beats that sounded like a monster's theme in a horror film. After completing it, I tried to avoid playing through any more of these levels whenever I could. The map was short, so it was only a few minutes before I was headed towards a rematch with the Gazora and Morgera. This time, their sprites and attack patterns were vastly different. I fought Morgera first. Morgera's replacement was a flying machine with a slight resemblance to a Pascagoula alien. It was a bit like fighting Mothra, only it moved with a lot more grace. It attacked by spinning its front tentacle like a corkscrew, and it still had an eye beam, except now it fired from the drill. Oh. Look at this little guy. Yeah, you say, oh wow, this one. I guess this is one of the more popular creepypastas, isn't it? I think, on the list of recommended reading, you know, by a sort of more well-known author, I think, as well. At least it sounded like that to me. But anyways, I like this little guy. This lanky aberration had to replace Zora, and the new beast was more of a challenge. It would run and jump at a fast pace, constantly swing its arms around, making it hard to get close. And of course, it tried to pin me in the corner with as much annoying resolve as ever. I defeated it using a combination of tail whips and heat beam spamming. What? Oh. I defeated them and was going to fight Titanosaurus, but then I started to fight against Titanosaurus was nowhere to be seen. The game simply went back to the map with Titanosaurus piece now missing. There was no one left now to fight but Biolant, so I eagerly started the battle. Is that Biolanti? Biolant? Violence. Look at this little guy. I was quite surprised that Biolanti started the fight in her rose form. She was immobile and used tentacles to keep me away from the main body, which took most of the damage. Oh yeah, look at this little thing. As expected, she turned into her final form after taking enough damage. The sprite looked pretty damn good for an 8-bit. Ah. Battle technique was the same, except now Biolant could move, albeit slower than any other monster. Being hit by the tentacles did more damage now, and Biolant could do an acid spit, which I managed to avoid by jumping in the screen cap. In the screen cap? Oh, like this, okay. Not much more difficult to beat than Titanosaurus. It only took 2 rounds. When Biolant was gone, the music had stopped, and there was a new icon replacing the base. Oh. Little red face, huh? This icon wasn't there before I beat Biolant. It resembled a red tribal mask, and I had a feeling of dread when I saw it. Since it replaced the base, it must be the only way to exit Pathos. I moved Godzilla to the squares and started the level. Run. It was a hellish-looking place with no sky and a flickering fire in the background. Fire looked far more advanced than anything I've seen on the NES. There was music in the form of a slow, steady drum sound resembling a heartbeat. Yeah, you know, this isn't too bad. Like, a lot of these creepypastas tend to be a little bit more, you know, of their era, but this one's pretty nice. Holding up so far, at least. All the text on the top of the screen and the life bar were gone. In their place was a single bit of text in the middle of the screen that said run. My feeling of dread had intensified. I cautiously walked through the level, but like the Blue Mountains, there was no enemies. paced around for a minute before thinking, run? From what? The first time it hit me, I didn't even see it. Heard a noise outside my room, turned back to see if something fell. When I looked back, Godzilla was dying. Figured it must have been a glitch, but I wasn't going to play through the game without Godzilla, so I restarted the game and went to the password screen. Have I ever mentioned how creepy the password screen music is? If you've played the game, you know what I mean. It doesn't all fit the mood. Doesn't at all fit the mood of the game. It's more like something from a horror game. Maybe they made it like that so kids wouldn't cheat. I was quite annoyed at this point because I thought I was gonna have to fight all the monsters again. That didn't happen. Game started me right off where I was before I started the red face level. So I tried again, making sure to pay attention this time. That's when I heard a low bellowing sound, and then I saw it. This thing. You know that feeling your body has when you're in extreme danger? You start to recoil and tense up as the adrenaline flows through your veins and your nerves start to feel very cold. That's the feeling I had when I took this screen cap. I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, it's a weird little droopy face, but that's kind of, I could see this being a Godzilla monster, for the most part. It happens, still, charm's there, yeah. I like how, another thing, I'm liking how visual this is, how much, what can I only guess as, custom sprite work to, kind of break the, immersion here, but, I mean, making custom sprites and putting it in the game, you know, that's, pretty creative than just, like, taking a, photo of someone and making it creepy. Let's see. There you go. No, I haven't seen all the Godzilla movies, but I'm pretty damn sure this was never in any of them. Had to be something the creators made up, but what kind of sick fuck would put this in a children's game? By sheer dumb luck, or perhaps the adrenaline boost, I managed to run fast enough to get away from it. Ran very fast, so much so that if you saw it, you're almost certainly gonna die. When I say die, I mean your monster gets killed instantly if the creature touches them. Once I had gone back to the map, I was so afraid I was extremely tempted to just shut the game off and try to pretend this never happened. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. It couldn't have been real. Even if I wanted to continue, I still had to get Mothra through the chase level. But as I stayed inactive on the map screen for a few minutes, my fear was replaced by burning curiosity. What the hell had just happened? What was the rest of the game like? I only had to beat this level to Mothra, and then it was on to the next world. When I moved Mothra to the red face, the game registered as me beating the level. I was quite relieved, actually. I tried to prepare myself for the next world. Trance. Ooh, we're seeing some, creepy things going on. From plausible glitches and potential new content from a prototype build to very directly not out of Godzilla. I guess this red face seems to play a very major part in the story. Interesting. So, these aren't the usual planets. I mean, of course it isn't, but like, I don't know, I feel like the messing with the format's actually kind of interesting. Because, I mean, this person seems to be, like, pretty familiar with the base game. I think almost at the point where I wonder if they did actually have a lot of good childhood memories with this game, and that's how they, knew it so well. Let's dig in. Chapter 3. Trance. I was still pretty shook up from the last level when I started Trance. Trance's map music did nothing to ease the tension. As for how to describe it, have you ever heard the theme from Videodrome? That's the closest thing I could think of how it compared to. Checked to see what the new monster was, and it was Ogra. Orga. A monster who didn't make his film debut until 2000. appearing game made in 1988. So much for my theories about Titanosaurus and Bioland. There's no way this game was made in 1988. Look at this, like, heavy Godzilla fan nerding out. I know which monster that is, and I know exactly the year it came out on. Yeah, when they play it till they know the game through and through, which is why they know, excuse me. Orga wasn't until 2000, thank you very much. But yeah, there he is, I assume. Those guys at Toho may be smart, but I'm sure they couldn't see that far into the future. If they could, they never would have If they could, they never would have gave Roland Emmerich the rights to make a Godzilla movie. And that's probably a really deep cut I don't understand, but... Actually, a fun fact. I actually had a hand-me-down hard drive with all the Godzilla movies in it. Like, pretty much every single goddamn one of them. But sadly, they didn't have any of the, like, the subtitle, like, translation files, so... I watched a couple of them. You're just listening to Japanese, and you can kind of get, like, a general idea, but I feel like... I don't know, if I were to check them out, I'd like to actually understand a little bit of, what's happening, you know? But anyways... No. This had to be a hack of some kind. Which you see put up... Opened up, yeah, let's go. Which just opened up more questions. Let's see. Who made this hack? When, how, and most importantly, why? The why was the question that made me bothered the most. My immediate assumption was to think Billy did this to pull a joke on me. It couldn't be right either. Billy didn't know how to make a ROM hack. I assume anyways. And if he did, he'd probably just do something simple and stupid, like replacing all the monsters with crudely drawn genitalia. Unless Billy had amazing game editing skills and a serious dark streak to his imagination that he never told me about, he couldn't have made this. Is it even possible to put a hacked ROM into a cartridge? I think so. Huh. Aside from all that, my eye was drawn to a new icon on the map, question mark. I was really curious as to what it did. I'm sure you're also curious, so I'll explain the quiz levels now, since this was then they started appearing. There was one of these per map from here on, and they always appeared near the start of the map. When you start on a quiz level, you appear on a screen like this. Oh. Do you like dog? As you can see, there's a question at the top, a yes and no button, and an emoticon in the center. I refer to the emoticon as a face. Real creative, I know, and for convenience, I'll refer to face as the one asking the question. Okay, so in Ninity, he's gonna call this face the question asker, I guess, which... A little strange to assign that to a graphic, but maybe there's some stuff that, happen a little bit more with it later on. The music for the quiz levels was a track actually in the game. It's the one that plays when you try to use the, Ghidorah cheat and get sent to an unplayable level. GH1D0, or Ghidorah, I guess. Face asks you 12 yes or no questions, and you move your monster to the buttons for your answer. When you answer, the question disappears and face changes expressions for about 8 seconds, then goes back to being neutral and a new question comes up. There's no time limit nor any right or wrong answers. Face has no respect for the player's personal boundaries. Sometimes that's deeply disturbing and personal questions. For example, do you like hurting people? Have you ever killed anyone? Have you ever been molested by a family member? Here's that creepypasta edge we go. Yippee, yippee. Other times he would ask questions that were either mind-numbingly stupid. Is the sun hot? Is the water wet? Just flat out ridiculous. Does your dog like the president? Maybe once per quiz, Face would ask you a question about the game. With one exception, Face's expression changes seem to have no effect on the game except for indicating but the game creator thought of your answer. His reactions rarely made any sense, and at first I thought they were randomly generated. Questions never followed a pattern. Face never stayed on the same subject for more than 2 questions. Early on, there were questions that made me think Face was building up to something, only then to ask some stupid garbage. Here are the expressions of Face that I saw while playing. I'll separate them into 2 categories. The expressions I understood and the expressions I didn't. First are the expressions I understood. Okay. Oh yeah, we even have like a little list there. Yeah, neutral, his default expression. Angry, if you try to attack Face, his expression changes to this, but nothing else happens. 3, sad. 4, happy, even with the tired eyes. 5, 6, maniacal. Face made this expression when he was being an asshole. You'll see what I mean later. 7, surprised. 8, love. 9, annoyed. 10, confused. And 11, guilty, hurt. Okay. I'm kind of interested in the expressions you don't understand. That's what you mean, I guess. You're licking your eye there. Deep face. That fancy? It's kind of like tin, but more aggressive. Cyclops, upside down, buck teeth. Ninja, clown, bat, and sunglasses? 2 of these only appeared once, numbers 1 and 12. I expect they might have been in-jokes from the creator. Their respective questions were, do you like ice cream, and are you a tough guy? It's supposed to be like ice cream headache or something? As for the questions in the first quiz, luckily I had a notepad and pen handy. I got problems remembering things, so I often carry one around to jot things down. Sometimes I doodle in it when I'm bored. So when the first quiz started, I thought I'd record what happened, and I'm glad I did. Here are the first series of questions, my answers, and Face's reaction. Quiz 1. Do you like the game? Yes. Happy reaction. Are you afraid? Yes. Surprised. So then, oh, happy. And then, oh. Are you over 18? Answer, yes. Reaction. Weird face number 5. So I guess this right here. Do birds have teeth? No. Reaction, love. Is peanut butter good? No. Sick. Does the moon rotate? Yes. Reaction, weird face 11. Have you ever had a job? Reaction. Oh, answer, yes. Reaction, confused. Do you like hurting people? No. Reaction, annoyed. Is the sun hot? Yes. Sad. Do you like dogs? Yes. Happy. Is the president good? Yes. Reaction, weird face 3. This weird one, I see. Does your dog like the president? No. Reaction, angry. Anyways, now that I've explained all that, time for the gameplay. After the quiz level, I tried the new green temple icon first. Oh. Wow. Maybe this is why the game's so weird. One of the designers was clearly drugged out of his mind. Jokes aside, I was quite impressed by the graphics at this level. As disorienting as they were, but I hate those creepy blank staring statue faces. The music had a hypnotic Indian techno vibe to it. There are 2 new enemies in this level. A flying ghost type thing with a trunk and a bat with a horse skull for a face. They appeared at random, but I was lucky to get a screen cap of them both. Okay. So then what? Ghost type thing with a trunk and this bat thing. I proceeded to a Blue Mountain level, expecting another nice, calm stroll. I took my time walking through and was completely taken by surprise when this happened. Not Maguera came speeding towards me and took off quite a bit of health with his tentacle screws. It took me 2 minutes to kill him without having to worry about a time limit. The boss monsters never showed up in the scrolling levels in the normal game. I was worried as to what other rules the game would break. After another Blue Mountain stage, it was time to fight Not Varan, whose replacement was one of the most bizarre things in the game. Ooh. This strange creature attacks you by kicking and also opening up its chest and firing heat-seeking missiles. I still don't get it. The missiles were sometimes a pain to deal with, but I found out you could tail whip them out of the way. Not Varan was probably the easiest of the monster replacements. Same could not be said for Not Hedora. Apparently, the source of the horse bats, Not Hedora, was the most aggravatingly difficult monster to fight yet. Bizarre. Red moon. Yeah. There's a big old red moon. I don't know. Mostly because of his special ability. He could shriek and summon a small swarm of those horse bat things. I know there's only 2 in the screen cap, but every time he did this, about 10 would arrive. The guy took advantage of the distraction and attacked twice as fast while the horse bats were flying around. Once that annoyance was over with, I went through a green temple level to kill some enemies to restore my health. Interestingly, another horse bat showed up after Not Hedora was killed, and that was when I got an idea. Killing all the monsters makes the red face show up. What would happen if I avoided fighting Orga and go straight to the base? So, I gave it a try. There is no monster here. The game told me there was no monster there when I tried to start the base level. And immediately afterwards, the game took control of my Godzilla piece and moved it in front of Orga. My little trick didn't work, so I tried to blah 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 blah. Oh boy. Ring is hard, did you know that? My little trick didn't work, so I tried to prepare myself for another chase, but first I had to beat Orga. I kinda like this guy. Fight with Orga confirmed another thing. Whoever created this game hack was clearly a Godzilla fan. Not only because they picked a monster like Orga, because they actually implemented something that happened in Godzilla 2000 in a really neat way. Orga's primary attacks were a punch and a heat beam from his shoulder cavity. But once you had got him down to half his health, he did something new. He would expand his jaws and try to swallow Godzilla, in the process stealing your health and energy. Oh. That's creepy, like opens up like that. But in doing so, he gave himself a new weakness. Firing a heat beam into his mouth would make a devastating 4 bars off his life meter. With that weakness revealed, I soon beat Orga, and despite how much I had hoped otherwise, the red face appeared on the map where the base was, and the music stopped. It seems to me like... I don't know, he's like, well, maybe my friend made this. But he's just considering it like a ROM hack at this point. Like a weird, creepy ghost thing, or whatever it does actually end up being. She's like, go away. I don't know, because it seems like... I guess the ghost is messing with them, but the ghost also has a love for Godzilla to put other media into this thing. Well, let's just say entity, to be safe, because you never really know. It's creepypasta, right? Might be a ghost, it might be haunted, it might be a weird alien thing, or like just like a demonic force or something. Like, I mean, you never really tell with these things, so that's just my guess at least. But apparently, they really like Godzilla enough to... Like, this isn't creepy, I guess. This is just like, to them, they just think it's like cool. Like, oh yeah, man. You put in the light, like the final scene from that movie. Wow. Anyways, the red face appeared and the music stopped. I readied myself as best I could, and I started the level. Seeing that it was basically the same as the first, I didn't waste a millisecond before I started hauling ass. Soon encountered obstacles in the form of the ground tile, suspended in air. Most of them you could jump over or destroy, others you had to crouch under. About 40 seconds into it, I heard the horrible bellowing roar and saw the spider beast following closely behind me. Stacks of obstacles barely slowed it down, back up and then charge its way through them, smashing them into bits. And when the smaller obstacles got in its way, it would expand its jaws and swallow them whole. Oh, like this. It's swallowing whole bits of this, like, floor pattern here. Now, I was afraid, but with fast thinking and faster button pressing, I escaped him yet again. I felt really excited, so I laughed and said, "Not this time, asshole." Decided to take a screen cap to celebrate. But when I said that sentence, just before the level ended, monster did something that made my blood run cold. It looked at me. That wave of mortal terror overtook me again, and I sure as hell wasn't laughing anymore. I took another screen cap of the next level title, right before I rushed to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. Take a piss that I nearly failed to contain when the fucking thing looked at me. Dementia. Okay. Weirdly enough, this is like, I mean, creepy things are happening, right? Like, it's just in the game, like, oh, the books on my bookshelf haven't fallen off, and then spelled out the word Godzilla or something, you know? They haven't heard voices in their room or anything weird like that. It's just like, well, a creepy but kind of plausible, like, spooky little ROM hack thing. I mean, the most bit of interactivity, so far at least, is, you know, the, oh, well, I just, I said, "Not this time, asshole," and then they looked at me, you know? Which might be interactivity, might just be good timing. Like, if we're talking about, like, plausible deniability here. But anyways, onwards and upwards into chapter 4, Dementia. Yeah, trance. Actually, let me overview these. Yeah, he did explain this as like trance-like music, you know? Like going through the numbers again, just kind of working through this game. Which, now I'm looking at, per chapter, you get honestly a remarkable amount of like custom sprite stuff that they've done. Even these like little things here. Oh. Anyways. When I got back to the game, I was getting very upset and confused. Thought about the way the monster looked at me. The game couldn't have heard what I said. That's impossible. It had to be a random occurrence, but why did it happen precisely at the moment I insulted the monster? Nothing about this game made any sense. The new Godzilla monsters, the weird replacement monsters, the out-of-place imagery like the green temples, quiz levels, the red monster chases, didn't seem to add up in any kind of meaningful way. If it was a prank, it wasn't funny in any way I could understand, and clearly put far too much effort into it. They were trying to make a genuine sequel with new Godzilla monsters, and they did add... Then why did they add everything else? Maybe it was some kind of art experiment, some group project made by a bunch of really talented and crazy people, and they lost the cartridge somehow. Or maybe they intended for some random person to find it. It's all just fruitless guessing, as far as I could tell. There was only one way to figure out what the deal with this game was. Play through it to the end. Maybe, just maybe, there'd be something in the credits, an explanation by the creators as to why they made this. Or it could be something much more cryptic and strange. Maybe even something horrifying. Before I got a good look at the dementia board, I considered playing trance to see if the red monster would look at me again. But I decided against it. I wanted to keep moving forward. I was also somewhat worried that backtracking might cause the game to become even more strange. The dementia board music sounded a lot like the Saturn music, except it was slowed down and played with a piano-sounding instrument. Like most of these new map themes, it had a dangerous, suspenseful feel. While listening to the music, I looked at the dementia board. There are 4 boss monsters this time. Spades Godzilla, Manda, Gigan, and Baragon. I was surprised that there were 2 new Toho monsters this time, but the best surprise was still to come. I started the quiz level. Here's another list of the results in the same format as the last one. Actually, I should keep on hand these faces to check back on them. Especially the weird ones, because I don't remember them all. But can you swim? Yes. Reaction happy. Do you like fish? Yes. Reaction sick. Can penguins fly? No. Reaction sad. Can it spin in all directions? There was no clarification of what face meant by it, so I just guessed. No. Reaction surprised. Do you breathe oxygen? Yes. Reaction weird face 8. That's the bucktooth one over here, huh? Does it taste good when you bite a woman? I don't know who came up with this question, but I really hope they're getting mental help. No. Reaction? Annoyed. Yeah, this. Is it night where you are? Answer, yes. Reaction? Weird face number 6. So the Cyclops one, I guess. Do you like cats? Yes. Reaction, confused. Is water wet? Yes. Reaction, angry. Have you ever broken a bone? No. Reaction, happy. Do you like your job? Yes. Reaction, hurt. Would you like a new monster? Yes. Reaction, weird face 11. Which is the eyes closed, mouth closed type one. Wasn't entirely sure at the time what face meant by new monster, but I couldn't resist answering yes, just to see what would happen. The result was mind-blowing. The game took me back to the board and I had a new playable monster in the form of Anguirus. Anguirus. No, Anguirus. No, I think. Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to play as Anguirus. This is my second favorite Godzilla monster, and plus I never liked Mothra all that much. Move my new Anguirus piece over the level right next to it, eager to test out my new monster. But before I get into the level description, I'll talk about Anguirus a bit. Using the up and down buttons, you could choose whether Anguirus stood in a bipedal stance or crawled around on all fours. It wasn't a huge difference, but being able to stand was helpful in boss fights, and crawling sometimes helped to dodge obstacles and attacks. He could punch and kick like Godzilla, but no tail whip. Instead, he had something far more interesting. Ability to curl up into a spiked ball of death and roll around. He could still take damage, but it was lessened. It was a good way of clearing out stage enemies. Unfortunately, doing this also drained the power bar. The spike ball wasn't his only special ability. When you pressed start, it would fire a beam of energy from his mouth. It resembled Titanosaurus' sonar attack, and if this were a hack, it may have been inspired by the roar attack from Atari's Godzilla fighting games. Also of note is that when playing as Anguirus, the level meter gets glitched up. Judging by the life and power bar, I'd say he's on level 10. Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, that's his favorite, huh? That's fun. I don't mind that. Let's see here. As you might have guessed from the level icon, these levels are green palette swaps with the ground and background tiles from the Blue Mountains. What immediately caught my attention was the water, which has a transparency effect. Was that even possible for an NES game? I know that Super Nintendo could do it, but I'd never seen a transparent effect in a game on the NES. The Green Mountains music was played with the same instrument as the Blue Mountains, but the melody was totally different. It was a very simple song with a lot of abrupt pauses, followed by a loud note every few seconds. Anyways, I went through the usual, strolling through the level, and again there were no monsters or anything. Pretty soon I'd reach a cliff above the water. There was nowhere to go but in the water, so down I went. Water transparency made things a bit hard to see, but it's tolerable. After going through underwater, I encountered two new enemies. A giant piranha and some kind of spiky bottom feeder thing. I liked the piranha because I could easily tell what it was. It was the same enemy design that appear in a real game, and there were very few enemies like this. Okay, I guess. They didn't take many hits to kill, but they were quite annoying and considerably trimmed down your life if they got close enough. They also tend to travel in packs. As for the bottom feeders, they're easy to deal with. They swim along the bottom of the screen towards you and are easily crushed with the roll attack or jumped over. In this screen cap, you can see me about to run one of them over, and there's a pack of piranhas behind it. Let's see. After I beat that level, I moved Godzilla onto the blue castle icon. I started the level and I got a title screen with the text, Unforgiving Cold. The level itself looked like a castle dungeon made of blue bricks, with rows of identical white statue faces on the walls. These statue faces had a permanent look of horror on their faces. There's also some flickering gray static, which didn't really obscure my vision, but it adds to the very unsettling mood of these levels. The music was a 12-second loop of a low-pitched choir vocalizing. It sounded very familiar to me. Whenever I played through one of these levels, I got this sudden, horrible feeling of anxiety. I had the feeling that the farther I progressed through the level, the closer I was getting to something unspeakably evil. There weren't any enemies, but these were some of the longest levels in the game. I only played one level, but it took 7 minutes to complete. I see. I didn't want to admit it to myself at the time, but I realized something playing the Blue Castle level. This game has the power to make the player feel certain things. I don't mean it in the sense that you get irritated playing a crappy game or get unnerved by something scary in a game. What I mean is certain events in this game can instantly make you start feeling something. I know that sounds completely insane. I don't blame you for not believing me. I wouldn't believe any of this either if I didn't play it for myself. There's something very, very wrong with this game, and I still don't know how to explain it, so... Then it was time to fight Baragon's replacement. Although Baragon was originally the smallest monster in the game, his replacement was the largest. So tall, in fact, the ground was notably lowered, and Baragon's head was still barely avoidable collision. Had still barely avoided collision with the bar at the top of the screen. It was just as frighteningly bizarre as he was huge. Maybe wondering how he attacks without arms. He has the most powerful kicks in the game. His other fighting technique is much stranger. First, he blasts a cloudy breath of pixels down at you, which causes you to freeze. Then he walks back to the right corner of the screen and extends a huge Gatling gun from his abdomen. Okay. That might seem amusing to you, but it certainly wasn't to me when I was playing the game. This attack is almost as annoying as Gigan's Saw, and not Baragon could have been unbeatable if he constantly used it. Thankfully, he only did it twice while fighting him. Once you unfreeze, you can run up and start damaging the gun, which does extra damage to him. This helped me to destroy him, and it was time to play the third level type. Said I was gonna use Angerus to fight Manda and Gigan. And then fight Space Godzilla as Godzilla. It was only fitting. A little bit of sippy there. Before getting into the battle, I'll describe the third level type, the Arctic. The Arctic is exactly what you guessed from the name, an icy tundra with a few watery segments. These remind me of a bit of northern hemispheres from Donkey Kong Country in 8-bit form. A very dangerous sounding song. It made me think about being trapped in a tundra and freezing to death. Oh. There were 2 new enemies at the stage. First was a creature frozen in a block of ice. They blocked your way, and you have to use the heat beam to thaw them out of the ice. They look a bit like a smaller version of Nagazora, only without the eye. Oh, yeah, like a little brain guy. When freed, they do a strange crawling movement and push you backwards. Doesn't cause any damage, but it's a bit annoying. After dealing with the Iceman, I kept walking for a minute or two and came upon a water segment. I jumped in, and this time I managed to get a screen cap showing how the water splashes when you jump in. Don't know how they programmed that, but it's pretty impressive. The interesting thing is how the screen changes focus when you go underwater. Here, you can see another new enemy. A little thing I like to call Spike Walker. They walk towards you and explode randomly or instantly if you attack them, sending spikes in every direction. The spikes don't do much damage, but they did get me dangerously close to falling into a pit a couple times. Now, speaking of the pits, and down into the water, the game has a platformer element, bottomless pits. Weren't any of these in the original game since it was strictly an action game, but the pits were a neat addition. After getting back on land, I encountered a very unexpected mini-boss, Maguma, the walrus kaiju. Knew this game had some obscure monsters to begin with, but wow, not that I'm complaining. Pretty cool cameo for an unappreciated kaiju. Maguma's fighting tactics were very simple. He had a freeze beam, and he could charge into you. Not very challenging, but certainly more entertaining than a Matango mini-boss in the original game. One really interesting thing about Maguma is that he doesn't die when you defeat him. He turns tail and retreats. This is the first time I'd ever seen an enemy monster change direction, let alone retreat. Tried to chase after him, but he disappeared after I got in the water. Poor bastard. And that does it for the Arctic. I'll talk about the Manda fight next. Oh yeah, forgot to mention this, but the music that played during the new monster fight is reused from themes actually in the games. So far, the themes have been Titanosaurus, Gazora's music, Violent, Hedorah's music, Orga, Baragon, Moguera's music, Manda's Varan's music, and Space Godzilla was Mechagodzilla's music. Oh. As for the fight, Manda was a fairly crafty opponent. When it realized one tactic was ineffective, it would immediately change to a different one. Manda used quite a few tricks like spitting fire, biting, and most irritating of all, constricting. Doesn't mercilessly drain your life down like Gigan's cutter, but it was by far Amanda's strongest attack. One last thing to note that I found pretty cool was that the Atragon showed up during the fight to help me out. Manda crushed it with ease, but it was still cool. After I slayed Manda, I played through an Arctic level for health power-ups, and it was on to Gigan's replacement. When the fight started, I was very confused, because there was nothing there. That's just gonna be like the I thought this was gonna be like the Titanosaurus fight in Pathos, but just about the time it had been going back to the map, Rana appeared on screen. Wasn't there for long though, and as soon as it appeared, the speakers emitted an ear-splitting screech, and Not Geigen flew in and ripped the poor fish into pieces. Let me let me stop for a second there. Whew. Starting to feel it in my throat a little bit. I don't think I've ever done any like straight up just like reading stuff, you know? I mean, some plenty of games, but actually like reading a story out, you know? Ooh, also, I recognize this song. Okay. Ah, there we are. Anyways. It wasn't there for long. As soon as it appeared, the speakers emitted an ear-splitting screech, and Not Geigen flew in and ripped the poor fish to pieces. Let's see. Well, that's one way to get the player on their toes. That abrupt entrance scared the hell out of me and got my adrenaline rushing, which in retrospect was a good thing, because Not Geigen was the fastest, most unrelenting opponents in the game. Not Geigen was tough, but my new skills with Anguirus helped to even the score. This was still an incredibly intense fight. Not Geigen's attack consists of some kind of blood laser he spewed from his mouth, and a downward slash. I was expecting some hellish variant of the buzzsaw attack, but thankfully there didn't seem to be one. Yeah, there's the blood beam. He's getting hit by a beam like that. Okay. The Hell attack was invaluable in defeating him. Would have taken more screen caps of the fight, but I really had to concentrate. After that, there was just one monster left to take down, Space Godzilla. As mentioned earlier, I used Godzilla for this fight. Oh, I like Space Godzilla. He's got like little crystal shoulders there. Space Godzilla's fighting technique was rather infuriating, but admittedly a very clever idea. Space Godzilla would use his energy to create two flying crystals, which would reach the ground and become crystal spires. And these spires not only blocked you from reaching Space Godzilla, but also allowed him to constantly be charged to full energy and blast you with a deadly full-charge Corona beam until you broke the spires. Okay. Aye. Space Godzilla would eventually drain his own spires of energy until they shattered, but if you waited for that to happen, you'd probably lose a lot of life. Heat beams actually seemed to re-energize the spires, so I had to use the physical attacks. Also, hey Noah. Hiya, hiya, hiya. Hiya, 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 hiya. Oh. My throat is like getting blasted from this. Thanks for stopping by the other day. Yeah, no problem. I think I tuned in for a bit. What was I doing? I think I was like eating for a bit. And I was like, oh, I want to watch something. If I remember right. Oh. Anyways, yeah, we're on here we go. Chapter 4, I think. Dementia, right? Yeah, chapter 4 of the 8-part Godzilla creepypasta. Very neat. Very cool. Space Godzilla would eventually drain his own spires of energy until they shattered, but if you waited for that to happen, you'd probably lose a lot of life. Heat beams actually seemed to re-energize the spires, so I had to use physical attacks. When you finally got close enough to hit Space Godzilla, he was no pushover. When I punched him, he hit me back just as hard. Space Godzilla does everything in his power to knock you back to the left corner of the screen, just so he can create more spires. By the time this was over, I only had about 5 life bars left. But it didn't matter, because I didn't need to fight anymore. I need to run. 5 life bars. About around here, yep. Oh, it was FaceTime, huh? Here we go again. I decided right then that I really wanted to see the end of this game. As terrifying as these levels could sometimes be, I had to beat them to get through. I decided that no matter what happened, no matter what the game showed me, I was going to get to the end. My music stopped. There we are. And also, I made sure not to say a damn word while playing a chase level from here on. For this chase, I tried out Anguirus, since his roll attack allowed me to move faster than the Godzilla or Mothra. Chase started off like the first two, except there was a river of blood below the ground. I was beginning to get the hang of it, and the extra speed from a roll helped get an edge on the red monster. Especially since I didn't have to worry about a power limit and could keep rolling endlessly. Like the previous levels with water, the ground had heavily reached a stop. So, I rolled off into the blood. To my surprise, the hell beast didn't follow me after. It just stopped at the edge of the ground and grimaced. Guess it can't swim, I thought to myself. So I went under blood and continued moving. Wasn't anything around, but I knew something was up. Chase wasn't going to end that easily, could it? Surely something else had to show up, and sure enough, I heard the bellowing roar, sounding slightly different. And the monster was following me in what appeared to be a new aquatic body. I had no idea it was a shapeshifter. After it reappeared, Chase started to get into the difficulty I'd expected. Being submerged slowed me down, putting me and the beast at about the same speed. The only thing that could keep me alive was fast thinking and reflexes. I encountered some bottomless pit, in which mines floated up from. And I assume if you hit one, it would damage you and knock you back. Considering how fast the red monster swims, hitting the mines would be instant death, so I went through great effort to avoid them. That wasn't all I had to be wary of. Halfway through the chase, the Helm Beast revealed yet another surprise. A tentacle formed of intestine, tipped with a claw set of jaws, burst from its mouth. A tentacle formed of intestine, tipped with a clawed set of jaws. Yeah, that's... how'd I describe it, yeah. Trying to pull me in and devour me. I only barely avoided both the tentacle and the mines. I could tell the beast was getting desperate, because the chase was nearly over. And about a minute later, I had spotted a bit of underground that served as the exit. I leaped with all the might I could muster, without breaking my controller. The beast screamed with rage and jumped out of the blood river in one last attempt to drag me down, but I escaped its grasp this time. I fell back on my bed and took a deep breath. Satisfied with yet another successful escape, now I was headed to the fifth world, Entropy. Oh. Very neat. I don't know, I'm kind of digging this, and... sorry, I know we haven't been going for that long. I think something's with my throat today, I don't know why. Maybe I'm just not used to, like, reading this much. Oof, but, one second, no ads. I'm gonna go get some more water. No ads or anything, just, you know, a bit of a BRB right here. Chilling up for a second. Also, Noelle, if you're listening, hope you feel better soon. shit. What? Ah. Oh, hey there, Triss. And some Noel yippies too. Ooh. Yeah, hey, what's up? We're reading some creepypasta over here. Oh man. Ooh. Just reading solid, like, stories is hard on the throat. Oof. I think I got this coffee here. Goddamn. Creepy. Very creepy. Check out how creepy this is. Bam. Oh my god, so creepy. Reading the NES Godzilla creepypasta over here, and I think we just finished up. That's right. We just finished up the min chat and we're about to get into chapter 5, Entropy. Played Sea of Stars, I had to read a lot too. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, no, we're just hanging out right now. Spoil me? On the story so far? Give me that chapter? Oh yeah, Entropy. I guess we're about halfway through, actually. It's nice to have a little bit of a break and a little bit of a recap before we start reading again. This person fucking loves Godzilla. They know each monster and the year they came out and all these like little niche details. Real Godzilla head. And so, playing a childhood game brought to them by their friend Billy, I think, they start to see some weird stuff. Extra monsters from movies that came out far later than the game actually was. Strange graphics, audio, things like that. What you'd expect, but a little bit meta-wise. Something that surprised me was how in-depth this is, how visual it is. Because like this is not a playable character, and yet they made the sprites and described how they would play. They made new enemies, new monsters, things like that. And like, there's this whole little thing about what could be a sort of believable ROM hack, you know? Nothing's jumped out at them, like, in their house or something like that. Like, I think they said something and coincidentally the game turned to look at them with this red-faced creature. But I mean, besides that, there hasn't really been anything breaking the game, which... maybe it's due to the length, but like... for a creepypasta about a video game, it's holding a lot of restraint right now in what it wants to reveal so far. I mean, it's still creepy, and he did give a little bit of a mysterious thing. Yeah, they did like new sprites and stuff, like lots and lots of new sprites. And there's like a little quiz mechanic, new levels, things like that, you know? They even talk about like, hey, this monster only came out in 2000. 20 some years after this. But then it did something like from the movie, and oh my god. Not only does this person making this know a lot about Godzilla, but in universe, whatever's haunting or messing with the game also seems to be a pretty big Godzilla fan. To add little details like that. Like little like niche kaijus and stuff to fill its extra boss runs, you know? I don't know, I'm liking it so far. But as this says, it is a very long story compared to other creepypastas. Anyways, oh yeah, the only supernatural thing, really, that's kind of in there is, he says the game has a little bit of an ability to make you feel things instantly. Like, emotions you really wouldn't feel just like you'd get from normal media, which who exactly knows about that? But we'll see as we go to part 1 and part 2 of Entropy. Oh wow. Anyways. Overcome by the feeling of being a cut. Oh my god. In the original game, the sixth world was Pluto. Ironically, despite being the smallest planet, Pluto was the largest and most diverse world in the game. Entropy had a different layout, but it was similarly huge and diverse. Board music was played by a violin instrument, a melody that started out sounding mournful and then gets rather, I guess I'd call it distorted. It made me feel depressed and unnerved. Not something I would want to hear while trying to sleep. Strangely, none of the levels from the previous worlds were present here. Instead, there are 8 brand new icons. The bosses this time are Megalon, Batra, and Mecha Godzilla. As usual, the first thing I did was go to the quiz level for another interrogation from Face. But when I got there, I noticed something different. Instead of the usual goofy Ghidorah music, it was the password theme. Music change seemed to be intentional because after the first 2 questions at the start, the quiz started to take on a darker tone. Just smacked my face into my desk. Why'd you go and do that, huh? Jeez. 2 EP? It's fine. You can EP if you want. There we are. Anyways, let's get to those questions here. Listening this to sleep too, probably. Well, you know. Very, creepy, sleepy reading over here. But anyways, let's get to these quiz questions. Do you like ice cream? Yes. Reaction? Weird face 1. Very good sleep voice. Thank you. You do not like clowns? Oh, do you like clowns? Yes. Reaction? Weird face 10. Guess that's appropriate. You know, that little clown face there. Because these are like the emotions that they talk about, like, you know, little emoticons here. And these are the weird faces, which I've been bouncing back to actually see what they look like, so. Do you have any regrets? Yes. Reaction? Hurt. Do some people deserve to die? No. Reaction? Weird face 3. Oh. Is time slipping through your fingers? Yes. Reaction? Weird face 2. I guess the chat face here. Did you have any regrets? Yes. Reaction? Hurt. Do some people deserve to die? No. Reaction? Weird face 3. I think we actually skipped one by accident. Is it safe to go out at night? Yes. Reaction? Weird face 5. This one here. You find it hard to sleep at night? Yes. Weird face 9. Which is the ninja? Okay. Have you ever killed anyone? No. Reaction? Weird face 7. That's me when I die. I see. Which one, this? Yeah, agreed. Do you want to kill anyone? No. Reaction, angry. Are you actually accomplishing anything? No. Reaction, weird face 4. Oh, a little fancy face here. Kind of intense, yeah. There's angry, and then 6 is maniacal, which I don't think we've seen yet. It's like, Face made this expression when he was being an asshole. You'll see what I mean later. Does life have any real meaning? No. Reaction, love. Do you like Mothra? No. Reaction, maniacal. Oh. I think these questions actually tell us a little bit. Our story writer has trouble sleeping at night. Doesn't really think he's accomplished anything or that life has real meanings. Has regrets and thinks time's slipping through his fingers. I wonder if maybe that's why he's kind of obsessed with these old games, you know? Because he did kind of mention like, oh yeah, I like these games because it reminds me of a simpler, safer time, you know? But I guess he doesn't like Mothra. Now, I knew that last one was going to be a gameplay related question, but I had no idea what the result would be. I answered honestly because, as I said before, I never liked Mothra. Nobody liked playing as Mothra in this game. There's a good reason for that. Every other time Mothra gets hit, she gets slammed back to the left corner of the screen, and she sucks at fighting because her attacks are so weak. The only benefit Mothra had was being able to fly over obstacles in some levels. So I answered no, and Face actually replied back to me, not only with a maniacal expression, but with text. Too bad. I was taken back to the map screen, and I was shocked to see that Godzilla and Anguirus had disappeared from the board, leaving only Mothra. Face had just fucked me over. Needless to say, I was pissed, but there wasn't anything I could do, and I'm willing to bet even if I had said yes, I would have been stuck with Mothra anyway. Face giveth, and face taketh away. Took a deep breath and got ready to explore. There were two paths I could take through the board. I decided to take the lower one. This turned out to be a good choice for reasons I'll get to momentarily. The first world ahead of me was a forest, so I started there. Almost immediately I got an eerie feeling. There was something about this level that just seemed off to me, even more than the previous ones. Perhaps it was the pitch black background. I've always been afraid of being in a forest at night. Something about all those trees makes me feel surrounded and vulnerable. The fact that I was stuck as Mothra didn't help. Playing the game's previous world as Godzilla gave me a feeling of bravery, being in control of the king of the monsters. I'd be able to handle just about anything in my way. It's not like that with Mothra. No feeling of strength or security. No, I'm just a weak, easily overwhelmed bug traversing into the unknown. Back to the level, the music had new instruments, sounding like woodwinds followed by slow, rhythmic drums and chiming bells. It gave me this feeling that I was intruding into some dangerous place I really shouldn't be. After a while, I encountered the first enemies of the stage, or at least I assumed they were enemies. They were strange, long-legged deer creatures. Instead of attacking, they were just idly walking around. I went to approach them and they ran away. Thought about shooting one with an eye beam to see what would happen, but it seemed wrong. These creatures were harmless, so I passed them over and continued through the level. About halfway through, I encountered groups of the deer-like animals. Also, two new creatures. A sloth-like creature with a beak climbing a tree, and a hairy raptor-esque beasts that were preying on the deer. It was very surreal watching these creatures interact. I didn't feel like I was playing a video game, but rather that I was traveling through a forest in some other dimension. Creatures ignore me for the most part, although the raptors did attack me when I got too close. If I attacked them first, so I know I shot one of them to help one of the deer creatures escape. I got clawed at, but confrontation was easily avoided by flying up to the top of the screen. The creepypasta is still going. We're on chapter 5, part 1 of 2 out of 8 chapters. Yeah, they weren't kidding. This is a long one, and not only that, the effort made to making these screenshots and these sprites. Also, a lot of work went into this. I'll say that much at least. After all that, I had to choose whether I wanted to play the levels with an hourglass or the TV screen. Pick the later. What I got was not what I expected. Look, this one's even animated. Look at this. This is animated. Beaver.wepp. Look at this. Look at this zombie beaver here. It's kind of fun. Hmm. God admire the dedication. Custom sprites, custom story. Absolutely. Ooh. Oh, right. Also, let me do that because I forget to do that a lot of the times for the Trissy raid, the fun Trissy. Yippee! Yay! I need to get something that does that automatically or something like that. Anyways, when I pressed the button to start a level on the TV screen like I normally would, the screen with an animation popped up. Also, music in the background was the goofy Ghidorah music that used to be playing in the quiz levels. Somewhat unsettled by this because it was just so strange. I also found it a bit spooky because I had a shirt that looked just like that when I was a kid. After starting the animation, you could go back to the board by pressing any button. And after that, I had no idea what to expect of the rest of these icons. And to try an hourglass icon next, and I was somewhat relieved that an actual level came up. Oh, fun. Spoopy poopy oopy, absolutely. Spoopiest and poopiest, if I do say so myself. It was certainly an unorthodox looking level. All brown with time measuring instruments floating in the air and gigantic grandfather clocks in the background. Music was the same as the board screen. Very early in the level, I encountered something else I didn't expect to see. Original enemies from the original game. Not just that, it seemed to be a whole fleet of them. Yellow tanks, which are normally immobile, could move now. Took some damage, but it was nothing I couldn't handle. But the most intense thing, or well, the most interesting thing about this level was the colored hourglass items. There were 3 of them. A blue hourglass that made time slow down and filled the level with enemies from the past. A red hourglass that made time speed up and filled the enemies with levels. Filled the levels with enemies from the future. And a green hourglass that set time to normal speed and filled the level with the original game enemies. Okay. I encountered the blue hourglass first, and as stated, the game started to slow down. And I saw the enemies from the past, which are 5 different types of prehistoric animals. I don't know much about prehistory, but I believe all these enemies represent real animals. The level went on to another segment, and I encountered the green hourglass, and I fought the original enemies again. It was the same 5 types, so I didn't take any screenshots, but in the last segment, I encountered the red hourglass. And the enemies must have been from the future. Guess these are regular enemies, huh? Now, whether or not the game was showing me 8-bit renditions of creatures that will actually exist thousands of years into the Earth's future, I have no idea. But with that thought in mind, I found this particular segment to be very eerie. It was made even more tense because everything moved faster. This is supposed to be future enemies? Animals that would exist in the future? Really? One of the future enemies bore a striking resemblance to something I saw once in a book called Trodon Man. And that looked like some kind of organic spaceship. What the fuck is Trodon Man? What? This thing. I guess they mean this, huh? Trodon sapiens. Interesting. I guess if a dinosaur grew up right instead of a mammal and became a sort of human-like species. Interesting. I'll have to look into that later. And another looked like some kind of organic spaceship. There was only one of the 5th type of future creatures, and when it appeared, all the others ran for their lives, leaving me alone to battle it. It could fly, but its sprite didn't actually move, and its single attack was firing a lightning bolt from its face, Even so, it was surprisingly powerful, and I suppose it be considered a mini-boss of sorts. Hmm. After defeating it, it had left a health power-up that restored the health energy I had lost when fighting it, which was convenient. It seemed I would need all the help I could get to beat this world with Mothra alone. After that previous stage I called Time Warp, next stage appeared to be a toxic waste dump. Hmm. As you can see, this place looked grungy and inhospitable. Music was a short loop of an ambient synthesizer song, and listening to it made me feel like I had sniffed some toxic fumes myself. It was messing with my head the whole time. Even felt like I was choking while playing this level. Oh, look at these little guys. The enemies seem to have been mutated to some degree. In the above screenshot, you can see green mummies with bird skulls that jump out of a waste to spit projectiles. There's also a brownish cow skeleton monster with spider legs. Halfway through the level, I even saw one of the deer from the forest. It was alone. When I saw it, it was drinking toxic waste out of a barrel with an anteater-like tongue. I was moving over trying to make it stop, but then this flock of skullbirds came out of nowhere and started attacking. Deer was scared by this and ended up running off the ground into the toxic waste. I feel bad for it. One of the birds bit me, but I regained health quickly from killing all of them. They were rather weak. Pressed onwards of all the levels in entropy, this was probably the most normal. And that there was little deviance from the move forward smash things formula of the original game. Except for these weird dead things, but okay. I encountered more creatures throughout the level, like tentacled blobs and some kind of deformed living thing with human-like teeth. Didn't feel like provoking them into a fight, so I kept on flying near the top of the screen. Still had to deal with the occasional flock of birds now and then. At the end of the level, there was a large bluish green lake, and there I encountered another mini-boss. Some kind of a monster with a long neck and a whale's skull. Attacked with a mouth projectile, and by charging into it... No, attacked with the mouth projectile, and by charging into it, also could go underneath the water and rapidly emerge from a different place. It's harder to beat than the boss from Time Warp, and had a lot of health because it must have been taking me 3 minutes to defeat it. It let out a really loud noise when it died and then sank back into the water as I let the screen. Back on the board, I went to the nearest level icon I hadn't seen yet, which was a white tree. As I guessed, the level was a winter-themed recolor of the forest stage, but unlike the regular... Oh? I was shouted at? I'm gonna shout at you right now. There you go. Trissy shout, Trissy shout. Unlike the regular forest. Ah! Whew, okay, that did kind of scare me a bit. Yeah, this is a little eerie. Yeah, isn't it? I'm just glad it wasn't a full laugh, because oh my god. But yeah, thanks for that. Much appreciated, absolutely. Thank you, Trish, thank you. Okay. Let's keep it on. Unlike the regular forest, I didn't feel a nerve starting this one. I think the music had a lot to do with it. It was a gentle, calm song. Almost sounded romantic, and it was quite stress-relieving. And the forest itself looked much ominous. Much less ominous, covered in snow. Traveled through the first segment enjoying the atmosphere for 4 minutes when suddenly I realized something. I haven't seen a single creature since I started the level. Where are all the animals? Soon after, I left the screen and the next segment started. In the second segment, I was still in the winter forest, but now the music was gone. I was starting to feel suspicious, but then I reminded myself that there are other empty levels in the game, and this is likely another one of those. Then I heard something familiar. It was a 12-second looping music from Unforgiving Cold starting up. I could feel my heart sink as I came across this horrible sight. It was a whole group of dead deer creatures covered in snow. Judging from the blackish blue tone of their skin, they must have all frozen to death. On closer inspection, some were missing body parts. Now I was frightened, but I still had to keep going. Before exiting the level, I was really hoping to see something resembling the previous forest animals in a living state, and sure enough I did. It was a creature much like the beaked sloth, except this thing had white fur. It was more of a beaked gorilla. It was walking very slowly when I saw it, but I was happy to at least see something alive. However, it didn't stay that way for long. Oh. A pack of raptors, who must have had sense that something else was still alive, came rushing in from the right side of the screen. Beaked gorilla didn't stand a chance as one of the raptors immediately lunged at it and ripped open its back legs. These winter raptors acted far different from their temperate relatives. While the other raptors only attacked when hunting prey or when provoked, the winter raptors seemed to have all gone insane. They attacked everything in sight. One was running back and forth, clawing at nothing. Even the noises they made sounded different, more high-pitched and enraged. As I left this second segment, I even saw two raptors fighting to the death. They were both covered in injuries, and as one of the raptors had been blinded in one eye, I took a screenshot. Didn't stay to see who won the fight. I only had to get through one more segment before I could go back to the board screen. But in this segment, I was no longer in the winter forest, but instead a very empty grassy plain with a bright gray moon in the sky. The pleasant music of the winter forest part 1 had returned. And immediately, I started to feel dread. This is gonna sound crazy, but it's the absolute truth. The game made this level from one of my memories. Here we go, now we're getting to that creepypasta shit. After a long stretch of nothing, I reached a lake. Then the moon moved down from the sky and began to hatch like an egg. When it did, a curled up humanoid figure fell into the lake as the moon halves quickly disintegrated. I heard a splash when it hit the water, then a moment of silence. And the screen began to shake and a new creature emerged from the water. And thus, I was introduced to a monster I called Moon Beast. This is the only screenshot I took, as I was focusing all my concentration on winning the fight. It was the most difficult fight yet. Stronger than any of the previous bosses, this creature would have been hard to take down with Godzilla, and with Mothra, it seemed nearly impossible. I suppose I would consider myself fortunate that the beast lacked any attacks like Gigan's Saw, because if it had, I would never have won this. I barely had 3 bars of health when I finally killed this abomination. I actually have no idea what Gigan's Saw is, but I imagine it's like a grab move they talked about. Context clues, all that, you know. Oh my god. Oh. What the fuck? Huh. I just swallowed something solid in my coffee. I hope it wasn't a bug. Oh boy, okay. Oh. What happened afterwards is hardly what I would call a reward. I've been trying to keep my promises. I've been trying to keep my promise and suppress this memory for years, but it seems as if I had to get it off my chest. This is a very painful memory for me, but the game already knows about it, and I think you should too. I'll just tell you the important parts because I don't like bringing this experience back into my head unless I have to. Back when I was in middle school, I had a girlfriend named Melissa. She suffered from some kind of mental disorder that caused her to go into episodes. When she was in an episode, she would stand or sit perfectly straight and still, and her face would instantly lose any expression she had before. She would speak very clearly, without any hint of emotion. When it was over, she would start trembling and sometimes bury her face in her hands and remain silent for several minutes. Can't really convey the feeling it gave me in words, and I won't try. You had to see this in person to understand. Despite this, she was a very kind person, and I cared about her dearly. We liked to hang out in the field at night and look at the stars. One night she didn't say anything to me at all. She just stared directly at the moon, trembling. I tried to talk to her, but she suddenly sprung up and ran right into traffic. Tried to stop her, but I was too late. She got hit by a truck and was killed that night. I looked her right into the eyes when the wheels went over her neck. That sight has always haunted me. I know that the game knows about this because after I defeated the moon base, this happened. Melissa, KYS, kill, 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 into this red face. I wonder, is it trying to place blame or something like that? I don't think so. That's not the vibe I get. Initially, at least. You took Melissa to the place with the moon. Now die. Huh? Is that it? Okay. However. Yeah, this is part 1 of 2. So, oh boy. How rude of the monster, yeah. How rude to make me say things that I'm gonna get in trouble for if I say out loud. After that, when the game went back to the board screen, it's all I could do not to burst out screaming, and my hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the controller. I knew the game was gonna test me if I kept playing, but I had no idea how it would go so far. I was even capable of doing what it just did. I could feel my brain going haywire as I asked myself, "Game just read my mind?" That didn't seem possible, but what other explanation was there? It was then that I could no longer deny what now seemed obvious. This game is alive, and not only that, it can establish some kind of mental connection with the player. And yet, I couldn't convince myself to stop playing it. I don't know if it was the game messing with my mind or just my stubborn curiosity, but even with the previous revelation, I really wanted to see this through to the end, even more than I did before I beat Dementia, sorry. Terrifying as it might be, even dangerous, I knew that if I quit playing, I would never be able to stop thinking about it. If I tried to restart the game, it might go back to being normal again. And how many people ever get to witness something like this firsthand? Let alone be able to take screenshots of the whole thing. Fucked up as it was. This was the experience of a lifetime. Even so, I couldn't take any chances with my health. I had the TV remote right next to me, ready to turn the TV off in case I felt I was in actual danger. And if that didn't work, I'd just pull the plug out of the wall, run out of the room. Surely that'd be enough. Whatever powers the game has, it seemed to be confined to what it can show on the TV and whatever its mental connection could do. Latter was what worried me. I still don't know what I was dealing with, so I wasn't able to underestimate it. I took a break for a few minutes to calm my nerves, and then I was back to the game. Speaking of TVs, there was a TV screen icon right below the white forest I had just left. And because the first animation was so bizarre, I figured I'd try another to see what happens. Though I expected the same animation, I actually got a totally different one. Weird. The music for this one was the Neptune board music. Fitting, I suppose, since it's a fishman and all. I can't help but wonder what the point of these things are. There's a more TV screen icon, so I figured it must have a unique animation of its own. I was gonna make sure to see what was on it before I left Entropy. But then it was time for another level. The gold brick icon was the closest thing, so I went to that. They started up in a gold labyrinth level. My health and power were refilled, not sure how or why, but I was glad not to be heading in the unknown nearly dead. Also noticed my Mothra sprite had shrunk to half its original size. The music was a slow, ominous drum beat with female vocals kicking in about a minute into it. Quite haunting. The gold labyrinth itself was an anomaly. I'm not sure how this level would have played out if I was using Godzilla and Gyrus, as flying seemed necessary just to get around this place. I can see that. Another thing that caught my attention was that when you go left, your monster actually turns left and faces that way. That sounds stupidly obvious, but in the original game, you're only supposed to move to the right. So when you tried to move to the left, your monster ended up walking or flying backwards. This level was apparently gigantic in size. Every time I thought I had reached into it, I thought I was going to end up back where I started. I encountered something totally new. Things like lava blockades, new enemies, and statue faces. Some more screenshots of that level. And I found one statue face at the dead end with a wide open-eyed stare. The night Melissa died, she had an expression on her face that looked exactly like this the whole time. Even when she got hit by the truck, she still had that same expression. Can't help but feel like something really is staring at me from behind the screen when I look at this. I really don't want to be reminded of that night anymore, so I left the statue almost as soon as I found it. Need to find the exit anyways, and that provided no simple task. It felt like this level stretched on forever in all directions. Must have wandered around the level for at least 15 minutes before I finally saw something. It was a creature that wasn't gold, seemingly the only one of its kind in the level. Lacking any kind of hover ability like the other creatures, it just walked back and forth on the platform. It wasn't long after I found it that flying machines swooped down and grabbed it, and then flew off with it. The machine had apparently not seen me, so I decided to follow it, to see where it was taking the creature. The machine stopped at a room with a large cauldron-like object in the center. The machine hovered over to the cauldron and dropped the creature into it. The creature came and emerged from a hole in the cauldron's side, adorned in the same gold color as everything else. The machine flew off. I'm not really sure what to make of this, but I'm glad I came upon it because I found the exit soon after. Oh boy. Neck pop, neck pop. Yeah, a long ass level, huh? When I got back to the board, I realized the bosses hadn't moved at all. Bit odd, but it didn't bother me. It made planning my route through Entropy easier. There's still 2 new icons to explore. The Indigo Cliffs and a black version of the labyrinth. Since there were only 3 black labyrinth icons, which were surrounded by bosses, I played the Indigo Cliffs first. It was a lot like the blue-green mountains. The level graphics had the same shredded look to it. There's also a recolor of the clouds and moons from the toxic waste dump. The music, if you can call it that, was merely a deep rumbling noise. One of the first things I encountered were these multicolored creatures with big heads emerging from a small cave in the ground. They all made a synchronized shaking sound, and they walked to the right in a group after emerging from the cave, ignoring me. Having no other way to go, I followed them on their route. More and more emerged from the cave, until the group had about 100 creatures. Eventually, the pathway ended on a cliff. I was shocked to see that upon reaching the cliff, the creatures began jumping off into the abyss. I've seen enemies walk off cliffs before, but I've never seen NPCs commit mass suicide like this. Very unsettling way to start off a level. I continued on, flying over various strange animals like the ones shown here. Yeah, they don't really reuse a lot of these sprites, do they? They seem to make a lot of weird, creepy little monsters. I think the fact that we're not seeing as many repeats as we could does actually add to the game a bit. Another group of multicolored bobbleheads was jumping up and down. Ooh, sorry. Only to be snatched up by large birds, which I'm fairly certain are sprite versions of the giant condor from Godzilla versus the Sea Monster. I defeated some of the condors in battle, but it bothered me these bobbleheads seemed to be so eager to die. If the game itself is alive, perhaps the creatures in these levels are also alive. And some have very unhappy lives, if this behavior is any indication. What provokes them to do this? In the back of my mind, I almost suspect the glowing moon in the sky is the reason. At the end of the level, I saw yet another group of the bobbleheads, marching up to a large monster and being devoured. This was starting to disgust me. So acting on impulse, I fired off eye beams at both the monster and the bobbleheads. I destroyed the cave. Monster became angry and ran through the remaining bobbleheads to fight me. Though it lacked any range attacks, it was relentless, but was no match for me. I was in the home stretch now, up to the bosses. My plan was to fight Batra first, then Megalodon. After that, I would watch the last TV screen, play the Black Labyrinth, before fighting NES GODZILLA. And lastly, going through the chase with the Hell Beasts. Was curious to see if it would have a new form again. But first things first, time to beat up Batra. As expected, he started off in his larva form. The music was Varan's battle theme, by the way. Whenever the game puts in new Godzilla kaiju with more than one form, that other form always shows up. For a game that's otherwise inexplicable, it's rather startling in its consistency and accuracy with the new kaiju bosses. The fight started off simple. Larva Batra fought in a similar fashion as Maguma did, charging back and forth and occasionally firing off lightning from its horn. During the fight, I noticed that Mothra's combat capabilities had been altered in my favor. Eye beams did twice as much damage as they originally did. They're as strong as Godzilla's punches. Poison powder was similarly improved. It also did this nice thing where it actually hit an enemy when you use it. In the original game, even though Mothra could fly, she was able to fly over an opponent. You'd get knocked back the same way as if you ran straight into them, which was extremely annoying. Not anymore. I could change direction and fly around, which was a huge help because fighting Imago Batra is much like fighting a clone Mothra. Although Batra is distinctly faster and stronger. No longer impeded by its slow-moving larva form, Imago Batra was a fearsome opponent. Although it lacked the horn lightning, and now had a new, more powerful eye-beam weapon. Batra could change direction just like I could, so this battle involved a lot of flipping and flying around. It's pretty damn fun, to be honest. So after defeating Batra, I decided to see what Megalodon would be like. First, I went through an Indigo Cliffs level and shot through a lot of the creatures of the Hell power-ups. So, about Megalon. His music was Gigan's theme. Makes sense since Gigan was his battle partner in Megalon's one, and so far only film appearance. He was like Maguire, but fast and with more weapons. He started out by charging off with his drills. I had to fly back and forth under him, which seemed to really annoy him. After a few seconds, he stepped back, turned around, and started spitting out grenades. Those are a pain because they bounce when they hit the ground. Lastly, he started spamming his lightning beam. It only went straight forward, so it was easy to duck under it, and then shoot it with eye beams. Overall, I describe him as a strong, persistent, but dumb. I was now nearing the end of Entropy. I had just taken down Megalon, and as I started up the last TV screen to see what I get this time, the result was unpleasant. I see. The music for this gruesome scene was the password thing. Couldn't figure out why this animation was so sinister and violent in comparison to the other two. The whole game seemed to be growing more malevolent. Gruesome, that bar is hot. Oh. Oh, the bar. And you know, he's doing it the old-fashioned way too. Right? Like what they said in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, you know? Sledgehammer, man. It's the only way. I wonder who the, the white hair person is. This reminds me of the Yaoi manga about actually dating a serial killer, huh? Interesting, interesting. I don't know, people like monsters. Like actual like monster people. Yes, they managed to fix him. Okay. I don't know, people like a bit of dark and a bit of scary and a bit of maybe this thing would kill me, but maybe not. Hashtag I can fix him is very, 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 very strong. Absolutely. As I went on to finish Entropy, I began to feel drained. It's hard to describe, like I had suddenly became tired when I wasn't before. It was like he was at the tension from all that happened in this game getting to me, but who knows. Last level type on Entropy is what I call a Shadow Labyrinth. The scenery is recolored from gold to black. Music was an evil ambience, similar to the unforgiving Cold Loop, but distinctly different. Is that an actual song from the Godzilla game, maybe? Oh, don't do that. Okay, you know what? Let's listen to a little bit of it. It is just a bit of spooky ambience, you know? Okay. Anyways. The music was my first sign that this level was going to be distressing. Traveled through the maze for about a minute, and I noticed there weren't any creatures hovering around. This is a non-transition from the Gold Labyrinth, which was overrun with creatures, to this level that had nothing at all. But then this might be a good thing. Maybe there wouldn't be any obstacles and I could get through the level with ease. Then the screen went dark. Although, Clarion, I wonder what manga you're talking about there. Is it the, just out of curiosity, is it one about like a mountain? A very spooky mountain? Just saying. Let's see. Then, the screen went dark. Immediately, I snapped out of my daze from a few seconds earlier. Everything had been darkened, so the only thing I'd see was the Mothra sprite. I couldn't tell where I was going, and I ended up frantically running into walls. I heard a noise, then the sound of a crowd running through a hallway. Along with the running came the roars. Loud roaring sounds, which I would describe as something like a rabid dog the size of an elephant, screaming with fury. And I tell that whatever was making that noise, there was lots of them. I knew there was something like that. I knew there was something there, but it wasn't until I did find... Ooh, get it together, come on. I knew there was something there, but it wasn't until I did some screen cap editing that I got to see what my pursuers looked like. At the time, I couldn't see where they were or where I was going. I was literally running blind, and this mob of beasts eventually caught up with me. All I could think was no as I saw my life bar rapidly declining. Plus, it'd take me down to half my total health. When I was saved, the light came back on, and the attackers had appeared. Okay. And so the challenge of this level was revealed. Find the exit before the lights go out and a pack of monsters maul you to death. I was in panic mode now, moving as fast as I could go while trying every path I could find for a way out. Kensai Jindo Kaman Satsujinki. We're gonna open this up in another tab to take a peek. You never know what you're gonna find with some of these. Well, maybe not. Oh yeah, no, that isn't the one I was thinking of. We definitely have a, what is that? Like a... Yeah, bag mask, you know? I see. Okay. I do read horror yaoi manhwa that's actually dark. I can imagine there's quite a world out there. Actually, I want to get more into like niche independent manga and stuff like that, but well, you know how things go. Huh. I was in panic mode now, moving as fast as I could go while trying to cover every path I could find for a way out. As I played through the level, the lights went out a total of 3 times. The second time, I'd have been dead meat had it not been for the wide-eyed beasts, wide-eyed statues. You think of killing, stalking, interview with a murderer? Oh, what's the one? More Eldridge. Um, let's see here. If I can find it. Also, I think my music, yeah, my music stopped. I'm thinking about the summer Hikaru died. Is the one I was thinking of. Because the guy, I took an interest to that for a bit. Although I took an interest and I was gonna read it with a I was gonna read it alongside a friend and like discuss it and stuff, but I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding because they just read it like the whole thing. And it's like, oh, I thought you meant like read it all and then talk about it. It's like, oh, okay. And then just kind of never got around to it. TBH. I should get back to that though. Oh, oh, big yawn. Looks interesting. Yeah, I think some of the art for it looks neat. Okay. So the wide-eyed statue saved them somehow. As I stayed close to it, the monster seemed to avoid me until the light came back on. The statue warded them off away. The statue warded them away somehow, and I was safe as long as I stayed near the statue. But at the same time, I had to leave to find the exit. The Shadow Labyrinth turned out to be much smaller than the Gold Labyrinth, as it only took about 6 minutes to navigate to the end, but before the exit there was a row of halls leading straight down, no way out once entered. You either got to the exit before the monsters reached you, or you died. Thankfully, I made it out. Only one more boss, Mecha Godzilla. I started the battle and got something unexpected. Not only did my life shoot up back to 100% again, seems to do that randomly. When I said the replacement boss, I was fighting Godzilla. Any Godzilla fan worthy of their salt can figure this out. Mecha Godzilla started off like fighting a clone Godzilla, but his disguise burned away after only 3 life bars. Usually transformation only occurred at the halfway point. At this point it was like fighting Mecha Godzilla in the normal game. It felt kinda nice to have one of the original game enemies for a change. Although he wasn't exactly like normal, he also had a rainbow beam and finger missiles. This prevented me from doing the old trick of backing him into a corner and hitting him with eye beams in a spot where he can't hit me. That was always a cheap trick anyways. After getting down to half his health, something weird started to happen. His sprite started to glitch, and much the same as Gazord did back in the first world. After a few seconds, the glitches began to form a new shape. Oh, of course. Oh, yes, absolutely. Hold up. Why is this picture like this? These are opening up to the gallery now for some reason. And thus, the game had created not Mecha Godzilla, and I discovered that the visual glitch was somehow related to the game creating things. His human face in this one gives it an uncanny look. One of the stronger replacement monsters and had the most firepower. Pictured here is the mouth beam, which I got caught in the middle of. Even though it was a bit stronger, it was also slower than its original counterpart, and I couldn't jump around as much. Won the fight by constantly staying out of its line of fire, bombarding the machine with poison powder as I flew over. One last thing to do. The Hellbeast chase. Oh boy. Might as well get this over with, I thought. The entropy chase ended up being exactly what I was afraid it would be. A labyrinth level. All the other chases, although difficult, were extremely straightforward. You just had to run to the right and not get touched. But this took all the simplicity out of it. There was no telling how big this labyrinth would be, or where the exit was. And now not only did I have to constantly backtrack to find my way out, I also had to avoid getting one hit killed by the red monster. And for those first 30 seconds, it didn't show up, but I knew it would. As I started picking up the pace, I heard a loud flapping noise. And there it was, in a flying form. It flew with bat-like wings, and was as fast and relentless as ever. For reasons already stated, this was probably the most nerve-wracking of all the end chases. As such, I had to keep my focus on the game and not taking screen caps. However, I did take one of the red monster doing something I found very interesting. I had managed to lose it by going through a different path that it apparently expected. It was blocked from attacking me by one of the organic walls of the red labyrinth, or so I thought. Going through a different path that it apparently expected. Okay, expected you to go one way and you went another. It was blocked from attacking me by one of the organic pillars of the red labyrinth, or so I thought. It tried clawing through the wall for a second before opening its mouth and tearing the wall apart with intestine jaws. But those brief milliseconds that the monster was held back might have been the key to me finding the exit. The path to exit was long and complex, but from what I remember, I went up, back towards the left. I'm not sure why I picked that way, just a lucky hunch, I suppose. I was sweating profusely. My luck had saved me yet again. I hoped that it wouldn't run out before I finished the game. As there were only one. As there were only 2 more worlds to go. Next was the penultimate world called Exitus. Exitus? The Shadow Labyrinth monsters looked like the unkillable monster. And something about man after man. Howie. Extus, Zenith, Finale, and an epilogue. Oh boy. Okay, Entropy was way longer than I thought it was gonna be. Entropy was 2 chapters. It just split up, you know? So anyways, Extus. I guess while we're thinking about it, our author here, and Godzilla expert, apparently. It seems like he's finally figured out this isn't some prank or whatever. This is a psychological affecting phenomena thing that not only makes new content but reads your mind or something like that. I mean, you know, it's a creepypasta spooky game. It was gonna be messed up some way or another, but we also figured out that that sort of like breaking apart glitching effect is when it makes changes to the game itself. I don't know. I'm glad he finally has some acceptance. Although, for as much as they spend on the game itself, like, they haven't really spent a lot on the girl and her like little weird disease. She stared off into the distance all blank-like and was looking at the moon one day before running into traffic. And then I watched her eyes the whole time. Mama. I don't know. I know that one. That's Ghidorah, I think. In the brief instant before the transition between imagery and ecstasy, I was hoping that I'd get Godzilla and Angrius back. Angurius back. As the board appeared, I saw that my wish was half granted. I had Godzilla back, but no Angurius. I preferred both, but despite Anguirus's new... Anguirus. Despite Anguirus' neat abilities, I would have chosen Godzilla if I had to pick between the two. Extus had two different colored temples, white and pink. Pyramid, look some modern buildings, and two other icons I couldn't figure out at the time. New bosses were Kumonga, Gorosaurus, and Nakidora, whom I was dreading to see, let alone fight. With Godzilla back, I was excited again and eager to explore, yet still cautious. Went to the quiz level first, just as before. This time, Face's questions were more random than ever. Do elephants breathe? Yes. Weird Face, 2. Have you ever been molested by a family member? No. Weird Face, 6. Have you ever raped anyone? No. Weird Face, 8. Yep. We're back in the creepypasta territory, aren't we? Is green your favorite color? No. Weird Face, 10. Yeah, maybe I should have talked around that. I know I don't know. I know some people feel uncomfy, like even just saying that word, so let me know. I might adjust, but otherwise I'm just gonna kinda read it as it reads. Mostly, anyways. Yeah, man. I know they gave him the old actually. What is that? The nerd emoji face with the buck teeth? Is green your favorite color? No. Weird Face 10. Clown. Is the computer the pinnacle of modern technology? Yes. Reaction. Weird Face 4. Fancyland. Are you a tough guy? Yes. Reaction. Weird Face 12. Yeah, glasses. Can you fly? No. Weird Face 9. The ninja. Can you stand on your head? Yes. Reaction. Weird Face 7. That makes sense. The upside down face as a stand on your head type. Yeah. That's the thing about these creepypastas, man. Sometimes they like to really go for it. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. I just plugged my phone in, as all. Do you hate raccoons? No. Confused. Do you feel blame? No. Weird Face 11. Mouth and eyes shut. Would you like a new monster? Yes. Reaction. Surprised. Oh. Will you miss me? Yes. Reaction. Sad. I was happy that I was getting a new monster, but that last question bothered me. Will you miss me? Is Face referring to when I finished the game, I thought? Since the revelation of the game's truly otherworldly nature, I wasn't sure what to think of Face or anything else in the game. But something about that last statement gave me a genuine feeling of sadness from Face. As I was thinking about this, the game had gone back to the board. It had a new monster, but I had no idea who it was supposed to be. This thing? Interesting. The sprite had a slight resemblance to Rodon, but the head was totally off. I moved this mysterious newcomer to a white temple icon and started the level. When I started the level, the screen appeared with the text, "Find the gem," presumably instructions for beating the level. After that, I got my first look at the new playable monster, a hairy, dark blue creature with bat wings and a skull-like face named Salmon. As I found that my path was blocked by a beam of light and a small pillar with a plate on it, figured this beam of light was blocking the exit, so I have to find this gem and drop it on the plate to deactivate this beam. Now, how exactly I was going to do that, I didn't know. There wasn't anything in the original game requiring you to find an item, beat a level. I'd have to find out when I obtained the gem. The only direction I had to go was left, so on I proceeded. Solomon was an interesting monster, to say the least. He was capable of both flight and heat beam, both of which proved to be very useful. He also could kick and slash with his wings, but he couldn't duck. White Temple's music was a vocalizing choir, or a video game approximation as such. It's hard to describe, but it had a very holy sound to it. It wasn't long before I started running into waves of strange new enemies. They did little to stop me, and I ran past them all slashing and didn't take any damage. There was a pause between each wave of enemies after you killed about 10. Wouldn't be any for about a minute, then the next wave would appear. After about 5 minutes, I noticed holes in the floor and ceiling. Guillotine-mouthed creatures were rapidly flying up and down these crevices, so I had to time my jumps carefully because I didn't know if I'd get another shot at this. Luckily, I managed to get through without a scratch. I'm just lucky, I guess. After that, I found myself at the end of the hallway, facing some kind of mini-boss monster. It moved fast and had some kind of projectile that it shot in 4 directions, but I quelled it quite easily using Solomon's heat beam. When the battle was over, I had my gem, which was inside the current creature's head. Found that I could pick it up and hold the gem by walking over to it and holding down B. I made the long trek back to the start. I deposited the gem on the plate, which I deactivated the beam. I left the stage and was shown what was probably the strangest quirk relating to the Solomon monster. Every time you complete a stage or defeat a boss of Solomon, this screen appears. I have no idea what "still the best 1973" means. Neither the date nor the phrase has any meaning or significance to me that I can still think of. And I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. I like this. Still the best 1973. I want that image. Thank you. Still the best 1973. Oh yeah, Solomon, you are the best. Look at you. I like that. I like that design. Like I could see that being an old school like Godzilla monster. You know. Every time you complete a stage or defeat a boss, Solomon. Okay, yeah. The next level I played was one they call Bronze Pyramids. I used Godzilla and found he had been leveled up to 12 since I last played him in Dementia. The Bronze Pyramids were fairly normal as far as these levels go, but the visuals were quite interesting. Almost unusually colorful and lively. It's got a fitting Egyptian style to it, slow and mysterious sounding. Strolled through the level fighting off the various enemies. None were too difficult, although the ants could be a pain if you ran into too many of them at once. My favorite enemy was this giant reptile I encountered halfway through. At the end of the level, I came up to a giant pyramid and engaged in yet another mini-boss fight. Although this one was a little bit different, because I had to fight 2 of these monsters at the same time. Individually, I could have dealt with them easily. But fighting both of them at once was challenging. I sped things up by tricking one of the twin beasts into barbecuing his brother by jumping when he uses flame breath. Clever, clever. After defeating the twin monsters, I noticed something felt strange after returning to the board. I was now able to move my monster pieces anywhere on the board without limits. Normally, Godzilla could only move 3 spaces each turn, and Mothra could move 5. I want to try out Solomon some more, so I moved his piece over to one of the brown pillar-looking icons with colored dots and started the level. It's sort of like a modern building type one. When I got to the level, I then realized what the level icon represented. Totem poles. I was greeted by 2 of them right at the beginning. The music had a Native American sound to it. It seemed to be using the same instruments as the entropy force. It was noticeably different, but just as foreboding. Walked around for 3 minutes with nothing else in sight beyond the totem poles. I didn't realize it until then, but I wasn't expecting another level with nothing alive in it. After all the activity and entropy, at least. Walking by all these multicolored faces, this unnerving level left me feeling like I was being watched. Only about 10 minutes after I started Exodus, I was already halfway through. After getting back from the totem pole level, I tried out one of the TV screens to see how strange they were this time. Even more strange than before. Apparently the music from this was the Uranus theme. Uranus or whatever. This is just an image, not an animation though. Switched back to Godzilla to play another level, and it was quite a surprise. It was a normal city level. Colors were gloomy, but even still, this was quite the shock. It's the kind of level I would expect to see in a Godzilla game, and I was kind of mad that I didn't get to play with it earlier. Music was the Earth theme. I found it strange that a level fitting a Godzilla game would show up this late. No point crying over spilt milk, I suppose. Moved Solomon over to grayish-green icon, which turned out to be a giant high-tech laboratory of some sort. Lots of mechanical drones in this level. Solomon cleared through them just like the White Templar enemies. The music was a gritty, industrial beat. There was also a strange flying cyborg enemy, which was annoying, because it would fly away when you jump attack it. Also of interest were these large stasis tanks, holding some kind of monster inside. As you guess, sometimes the monsters awaken and shatter through the glass. Try to get past these stasis tanks as fast as possible, but because the monsters inside provide to be vicious little... Try to get past these stasis tanks as fast as possible because the monsters inside provided to be vicious little bastards upon released. These little guys? Kinda like them. At the end of the level was an elevator, which I used to go down to the bottom level where the exit was. Along the way, I was shot out by security drones. Couldn't leave the elevator, so my only defense was the heat beam. Last level type was a simple thing I like to call the heart stampede. No. Last level type was the simple thing that I call the heart temple for obvious reasons. Nothing but a big hallway filled with floating enemies shaped like human hearts. They're incapable of causing you damage, so what you do is run through the level, smashing as many as you can to get all the power-ups. One run through these levels would get the life meter back up to full, and I greatly appreciate these levels later. The Heart Temple's music reminded me of a circus tune. It had an overly cheerful sound to it, which gave the level a really weird feeling. Having seen all the level types, I chose to find Gorosaurus using Solomon. Music for this fight was Gazora's theme. It was during this fight I realized that Solomon's overpowered. A single well-aimed slash can take down as many as 4 of the enemy's life bars. Let's see. Boop. Due to this, the fight was over quickly. Gorosaurus had no projectile attacks or anything else that could match Solomon's deadly claws. We kept the fight going just long enough to see if Goros would use his iconic kangaroo kick. I was greatly pleased when he did. Even though I knew Solomon was my fighting ace, I used Godzilla to battle Kumonga. just for the variety. I briefly considered using Mothra, but of course, Godzilla won out. Kumonga was also a simple opponent. No heat beams or anything. He attacks by jumping on you, stabbing with his mandibles, and using a signature webbing stream to paralyze you. Once you get webbed, Kumonga will sometimes take the opportunity to attack, but it's mostly a way to buy some time, like Gizora backing you in the corner until the time runs out. His music was Hedorah's theme. Of course, Horus and Kumonga defeated. I was at the end of ecstasy. Before I fought not Ghidorah, there was something I had to do. I wasn't expecting much from it, but for documentation's sake, I took a look at the other TV screen. This is what it was. Faucet head. I don't think there was much reason behind the TV screens. If I were to guess, I'd say it's some random uncontrolled manifestation of the cartridge's abilities. Maybe all this makes perfect sense to the game, who knows? To the game, who knows? Anyways, Mr. Fawcett's theme was the Saturn music. Time for the opponent I've been dreading, not Ghidorah. Although I had gained courage with Solommon's combat advantages, I was still nervous, and when we started the fight, I was immediately confused. My opponent was not Ghidorah. I defeated the imposter with a few strikes, and then not Moguera appeared. It made sense. In order to get not Ghidorah, I had to battle all the previous replacements first. Oh yeah. Still the best, look at that. Kill that guy. The elephant. That thing. Tore my way through them until I finally made it Nakadora, who was, Thorat. Once I stopped laughing, I destroyed him with only 2 slashes. Music stopped and I thought I was going to back on board, but the battle wasn't over yet. The real fight was against the Chimera. Monstrous hybrid of all the replacement beasts. This is by far the most difficult boss yet. Every attack of this would cut down a whole life bar as per use. Attacks against him were greatly weakened. Solomon Slash, for example, was now lucky to take away 1/2 a life bar. During this battle, I gained a great appreciation for 2 things. The boss fight time limit and the heart temple. Had it not been for those things, I might have never beaten the boss. To take down this behemoth, I came up with a strategy. I'd switch between Godzilla and Solomon. As he began to get dangerously low in health, I would take him through the heart temple while fighting Chimera with the other. I should count my blessing that Chimera couldn't regain lost health. A very interesting thing about Chimera was that the colored sections of his body corresponded to his different body parts. So each body part effectively had its own life bar. The head was invincible as long as the other body parts were present, and would always be the last part to be destroyed. Oh, big stretch. In addition to being difficult, it's also the longest fight so far. I'm trying to remember how many games I got taken out of the fight by the timer, but I lost count about 13. Eventually, I destroyed all components but the head, which was now flew around on its own at an incredible speed. Chimera fought well, but I was extremely determined, and once he had reduced to a head, no longer had the power to defeat Solomon, and I heat beamed him into oblivion. And Chimera was no more. I was exhausted after that drawn-out fight, worried that might affect my performance in the in-world's chase level. Headquarters icon was replaced, but not by the Hell's Beast face. Instead, it was a crucifix. I was completely stunned. I was excited about seeing the Hell Beast icon again, but There's only one good thing about those levels, is that they were predictable. I had a basic idea of what to expect. But now, here I was at the end of an icon. Here I was at the end, and the icon was completely different. What did it mean? Why a crucifix? It made me very uneasy. I tried to start the level with Solomon, but I couldn't. Got this notice that associated Solomon can't enter here. Didn't say why, but I think maybe it has to do with Solomon's demonic appearance. Since Solomon was out of the question, I went with Godzilla instead. Once I saw the level, the crucifix made sense. The level was a graveyard. Still on edge, thinking this will become some kind of trick. Last level, I'd always involved running from the demonic beast, and I was going to be fooled into thinking this would be any different. So we started out running, but after a minute without interruption, I slowed down. During this time that the music caught my attention. You know, it sounded familiar when I first heard it, but it took a while before I realized what it was. A bit rendition of Prayer for Peace from the first Godzilla film. A very sad, powerful song, even in this form. At the 2 minutes into the level, I encountered something I wasn't even sure how to react to. My first instinct was to run, but this blue statuesque being simply floated in place, and I felt compelled to just stare at it for a time. Since this was grave and it was floating over chapel, I guess this is some kind of angel watching over the deceased. Gave me a strange but warm feeling. I wouldn't say happy, but I felt that I was at peace somehow. I'd never seen this thing before, and yet it seemed very familiar to me. Just as I was going to leave, the hell beast appeared. His presence warped the music into a terrifying, discordant screech and transformed the level, desecrating the tombstones as new ground appeared, comprising of blood-soaked bodies. I could feel my heart now beating out of control. I had no chance of escape with a monster that close. It lunged for the kill, but the angel got in its way. The demon roared and started clawing through the angel's leg. Tears of blood streamed from its eyes. I wanted to save the angel, but there was nothing I could do. I had to honor its sacrifice and run, so I ran through the hellish landscape as fast as I could. Beast soon caught up with me, still swallowing the body of the angel whose legs it had torn off. Oh, yeah. Hello, Saturn. Eating your sons? And this sight made my terror change into anger. I now found myself hating this horrible monster. There's no doubt in my mind it was pure evil and I wanted it to die. When I got to the end, I remember how it responded to my insulted trance. I spoke to it and said, "You're gonna pay." This was its response. Its eyes glowed, and it looked at us. Oh. I had no idea how I'd follow up on that threat, and nothing could have prepared me for the horrors of the final word, Zenith. Ooh, oh boy. You say the final word, there's still 3 more chapters left. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Ah. My voice is getting a little rough. Just kind of pushing through this at this time, but it is pretty neat though. I like this. I just need to bring a bigger coffee that doesn't have chunks in it. What the fuck is it? No, cheap stuff. Part of me wonders if, because this is the coffee cup I usually use, if I had like a cappuccino or something and like didn't get the bottom as well as I should have for the cup and it just like had some stuff rise up to it. I don't know, it's fucking gross is what it is. Ew. Oh. Anyways. don't. Okay. I'm gonna come back to this after taking another quickie break, because this is really running havoc on my vocals here. I think, hope you don't mind, but I'm gonna be playing some, ads using the commercial manager here. Da-da-da. Commercial... about 200 or so. Yeah, I'm gonna play some ads to kill the pre-rolls, but I'm gonna be getting some water and walking around for the time being, because this is heavy on the throat, I gotta say. Whew. Okay. Don't buy anything, as always, and I'm gonna take 5 here. I'll be back soon. phone last time. It wasn't charging. So... Oh boy. You all ready for this? As you hear my squeaky ass chair. And we move into Chapter 7, Zenith. And here we are, at the final word. I don't like to discuss this part, and it still bothers me very much as I go to the desktop. It still bothers me very much. But it's something I have to do so that I can put this behind me. People deserve to know. At this point, I was well aware of the game's unnatural nature, but Zenith was different than the other worlds. While the other worlds were certainly strange and sometimes frightening, the world of Zenith was like a nightmare. I didn't have to go any further than the board screen for an indication that something was wrong with the Zenith. First thing I noticed was the blood-red texture of the board and the music, which was an eerie whistling tune. Noticed it had Solomon and Inglaris back, and I felt better for a second. Then I scrolled over to the right to see who my enemies would be this time. This time it was Destroya and Ghidorah. By judging from the icon, it was different Ghidorah than the original, standing on the ground instead of flying. The grotesquely detailed pinkish-red icon also caught my eye. Couldn't tell what it was supposed to be, and I was afraid to find out. Going back to my side of the board, I decided there wasn't much choice to do. There wasn't much choice but to do my usual routine, and going to the quiz level before doing anything else. I was not ready for what happened. Get out. I jumped back when this appeared, accompanied by a terribly distorted version of the password theme. It looked as if Face had fallen victim to some terrible glitch. Is this what he meant by, "Will you miss me"? Did he know this was going to happen? My thoughts were stopped short as I noticed the screen was glitching and seemed falling apart while I was inactive, so I quickly rushed out. When I got back to the board, I was somehow granted a new monster. I hadn't even been asked if I wanted one. I tried to select it, and this happened. And no. What the hell's going on? The game behavior was scaring me, and I hadn't even started the levels yet. I couldn't understand why I was randomly given a new character and then denied use of it. For the time being, there was little that could be done, and I viewed the last TV screen. No animation, no music, dead. Every instinct I had was telling me to stop playing. They just turned the game off. Something in the game itself might have been trying to warn me as just how horrible this last world was. Then again, every stretch of the way I was compelled to give up. Couldn't do that now, on the last world. Besides, after taunting me with the memories of Melissa, I felt the game owed me some answers. Noticed that the first level was a red temple, so at least I'd be familiar with the level graphics if nothing else. And I went in with Godzilla, the monster I was most familiar with. Godzilla had been shrunk. Level and score meters had vanished, and blue temple statue faces were back. Music was similar to the blue temple also. Strange, haunting vocalizations. Tried to get my spirits up by thinking, well, if this level's like blue temple, then that might mean there are no enemies to deal with. How wrong I was. After a short walk, all the statue's eyes started glowing, and a pack of the beasts from Shadow Labyrinth came in, charging at me. Since they were coming from the right of the screen, I had to fight my way through them. This battle greatly tested my reflexes, but thanks to my speed, I plowed through the beasts. They gave off health power-ups after dying, which helped recover the damage they had given me. However, as I continued through the hallway, the statue's eyes glowed again, summoning another wave. Seemed to be the same number of them, but I was less prepared this time and took more damage. gone through 4 of these waves until I reached the end of the hall where I heat beamed the last of the monsters over the edge into an abyss. First, it seemed like I had reached a dead end, but after the statue's eyes stopped glowing, a brick path slowly appeared before me. I followed the path, which kept me moving towards the right until it stopped at a wall. Where was I to go? Vertically by jumping up ledges. Along the way, I encountered new creatures and some sort of strange shrine, which had the statue of the Hell Beast and some other creature I don't recognize. I see. As I went through, the path took a downward direction. I had to carefully aim my jump keys to avoid the enemies, which were plentiful in this part of the stage. They didn't have any attacks, but they could easily shove you over the ledge of the platform. At the end of this tunnel, there are a few small platforms floating above nothingness. I landed on one towards the left of the screen, and then something came down from above. Looked like the blue angel from the graveyard, except now it was red and had a skull face. Any of the pleasant feelings I had from the blue angel were not present with this red one, and as it hovered around, its eye sockets started glowing just like the statues, summoning monsters to attack me. Surely this was not the same benevolent being I encountered before. This must be some kind of imposter. The battle was nerve-wracking as I started off with nearly half my health and had to deal with multiple opponents, as well as the threat of gravity to make things even worse. As the red angel took damage, some of the panels fell until only 3 remained. My luck had not ran out yet. Just when I thought it was over, I struck the red angel one more time. It turned out that last hit was all it could take. Just as the red angel completely disintegrated, the game instantly went back to the zenith board. I moved Mothra over to the nearest stage from the red temple, which seemed to be a garbled mess of letters spelling kill, and began playing. I thought they hated Mothra, though. I suspected all the level graphics were made of jumbled letters, and Mothra, just like Godzilla, was shrunken to half size. I began to expect all the Zenith levels would be like this. The background music was terrible, like if someone put all the sounds an NES was capable of making into a blender and pieced them back together into a song. I had to turn the volume down because of it. Playing as Mothra made avoiding enemies easier, but they were nonetheless determined to get at me. First enemies I saw were headless Gigans, and later on they were hybrid monsters pieced together from previous bosses. Like the Biolante head thing seen below. Five minutes had gone by as I didn't see anything new, and then the level shifted into another segment. The music changed from the loud annoying beeps into something far more ambient and menacing. Level graphics also changed, now looking a blood-drenched junkyard. The way everything in this level was red made it sickening to look at. The enemies multiplied in number, never ceasing to follow after me, and became harder and harder to avoid. And at the end of the level, the situation reached a climax as the swarms of monsters fused together in one enormous, terrifying hybrid. Ooh. Once I'd gotten through the initial shock, I discovered the way to destroy this thing, constantly shooting eye-beams at the Hedorah cluster that formed its heads. If you attacked anywhere else, it would regenerate the damage. Even with that knowledge, this was an extremely difficult fight. I'd say it was as hard as fighting the Moon Beast was, if not harder. Its most common attack was launching forward with its arms, and covered with Gigan saws and blades. If they touched, it would instantly drain health. Oh. Okay. Thought the music stopped for a second. When it was over, the remaining monsters collapsed into a heap, and then they, and the ground below them, started to disintegrate and sink towards the bottom of the screen. When I came back to the board, I thought to myself, so far the game has been putting in the easiest levels first. If that's the case, how bad will the rest of the Zenith be? Well, 2 levels down and 3 to go, my monsters and I had taken our foothold in the world of nightmares that was Zenith. Deciding what action to take next was far more tense and difficult than ever before. But ultimately, I had no way of knowing what the next level would be, or how well my monster would be prepared for them, so my only option was to guess. I tried to interpret what the icons of the next levels ahead of me were. The last level before the boss battles were obviously representing some type of volcanic area with lava and open flames. Middle icon I still didn't get, except that it looked fleshly and vaguely like an organ of some kind. Oddly oversized as well. The one I was nearest to and about to enter next looked like thorny vines covering a puddle of blood. I guess this would be a level with blood rivers like the chase of the dementia. As such, I went with hangars, because due to this rolling move, you would have the fastest speed while submerged. The level, which I call Blood Lake, looked like I expected. Rivers of blood accompanied by thorn-covered vines which were scattered along the side of the ground. The music was rather faint, but I could hear distinct drum beat and a few other instruments. A lot of echoes, and sometimes it sounded like someone was hitting a drum underwater. I was disappointed to see that Anguirus was shrunk just as Godzilla and Mothra had been. Apparently all the Zenith levels would be like this. I felt less secure with my giant monsters, no longer so giant. Walked along without interruption for only a minute until my path reached a dead end. There was a massive gap between the ground I was walking on and the ground to the right of the screen. Would have swam across it and continued walking to the right, but due to the huge mass of brambles in the way, there was nowhere to go. 2 creatures with gliding membranes on their arms and lamprey-like mouths were perched on an outstretched vine and screeching at me, much like a crow does to an invader of its territory. Another unnerving display of possible sentience by creatures of this game. It's even accurate to refer them as being of the game, that is. I descended into the blood, slowly sinking to the floor. Aquatic enemies were everywhere, and they went hard to avoid. The black shark in particular was very aggressive and hard to deal with, but thankfully I only encountered one. As the scene becomes more and more crowded, I swam up the surface to find that it was littered with floating corpses. Creepy, but at least they're not a threat, or so I thought. Until they all sprang to life and leaped on me. They tried to pull me under, and they were draining my health as they did it. They all attacked as a group, and when I got one off me, another would jump on me from behind. I had to curl up into a ball and roll for them to loosen their grip, and when they did, I quickly retreated. It wasn't long before I reached another land path. Note regarding the brambles. You can stand on them, but it causes pain. You can also destroy some of the vines, but only the thinner ones. I had to destroy multiple vines as well as dealing with more enemies. More strange ones. I was interrupted by a screen. Mother. The screen was only up for about 30 seconds, and when it went back to the level, I was facing another dead end, and a pregnant humanoid creature being hanged from the top right of the screen by a spine umbilical cord. Oh yeah, looks like one of the cave-dwelling creatures too. Instantly, the creature's belly was split open from the inside. And as the lower part of its body was ripped apart and fell into the river below, the Blood Lake's boss was revealed. It came flying towards me, making a shrill, hacking scream. I was forced to move back. The bat was a highly mobile boss, fast and difficult to hit. As I moved back along the ground, the monster opened its mouth and shot at a barrage of needles. I jumped over them and managed to give it a blow to the head, and it started flying out of my reach. As the bat was flying, it shot a stream of fire from its eye sockets and started trying to hit me with the flames. I rolled along the ground, which drained my power but put us at equal speed. The cycle repeated around 3 times until the monster was defeated. With most of my health drained, I went back to the edge of the level, and the large bramble vine blocking the exit was now gone. Now only 2 levels left to go. Who to sin this time? Godzilla, Mothra, and Anguirus had all completed 1 level, leaving Solomon, and also the mysterious 5th monster. I tried again to access it, but with no luck. Chose to use Godzilla again for the next level and Salmon for the final one. Second to last level was what I referred to as the organic level, which was the most visually unpleasant of them all. Ooh. Right from the start, I could see the graphics were freakishly different. The atmosphere was gruesome and foreboding, with the addition of loud, droning music. I was dreading what I would see in these levels, and it was only a few seconds before something appeared. Two hideous things. It's hard to describe most of this level. Everything had this disturbing, semi-real look to them. Most of the enemies look halfway between real animals and misshapen lumps of gore with teeth. It's also worth noting that all of them were considerably larger than Godzilla. And although the majority were not very intelligent, each of them took around 30 plus hits to kill. Due to this, it was a better idea to run away from them than to fight. But it was never clear exactly what direction to run to. Well, most levels involve going to the right to get to the exit. The path of this level is primarily going down, by walking to the edge of one platform and jumping down to a lower one. There was no way to make sure you were going the right way, or any apparent means of getting back up to the higher platforms if necessary. Also, certain enemies act as if they were aware you had to jump down, or stand at the edge of the lower platform waiting for you. When this happened, I would have to walk back and wait until the monster would leave. I see, they're kind of like looking up, waiting to like strike. From these blood T-Rexes? As I went on, I came across platforms stacked above each other with little space in between, looking like a maze. This meant that I couldn't jump, and it made escape from enemies difficult. Thankfully, the only enemies to fit through these mazes were the four-legged beasts seen at the beginning of the level. Adding to the difficulty were long, tapeworm-esque monsters that would rise themselves up between the platforms and trap you. The only attack they responded to was the heat beam, which would cause them to shrink back down. But this was costing even more power, and I couldn't afford to do without the heat beam for long. Oh wow, yeah. That's not pixel graphics as much, these little things. I'd say, if anything, a lot of these monsters and creatures have looked sort of in place in the environment, but I think, I guess the dimensions and sort of way these tapeworm-looking things are, I don't know, they're the most out of place out of all of them, but that does give them a sort of creepy vibe, you know? Just an observation, I guess. While trying to avoid the abominations that dwell in this level, I found out that if you stand idle in one place for too long, the ground tries to absorb your monster. I see, there's a little bit of stuff around the feet there. Huh. I think it was about 4 minutes before the end that this level was making me physically sick. The tension was getting to me. Having to take on all these disgusting sights made me want to puke. I nearly did pause the game and look for a bag, but I was able to hold it together. Also found a trick at the end of the level, but thought it was too late to do me any real good. If two different species of monster run into each other face to face, they'd fight each other and leave me alone. I didn't intentionally cause this, it just happened. Let's see. Finally, at the end, it was time for another boss fight. It was certainly ugly, but not quite as horrific as I feared it would be. More important than dealing with its appearance was defeating it, and since I had had less than half my health bar to start with, there were no room for errors. It's a little wormy guy, very smooth, huh? It was attached to the floor when I first saw it. After 10 hits, it detached from the floor and began floating. It moved fast, and unlike the Blood Lake's boss, he wasn't impeded by any sort of gravity. He's even able to fly through the ground without any collision effect. You see. It used this to its advantage and would float beneath the ground and spring up randomly to bite at you. But it stopped doing this after a few well-aimed kicks to the face. Pink area on its upper jaw was a weak point. 2 minutes there would cause it to spasm uncontrollably. The new strategy was to rapidly float up rapidly float up and down while moving back and forth across the stage, trying to constantly keep his jaws aimed towards me. Health was getting critical at this point, and I spammed the heat beam from which it had no defense. In the last stretch of the battle, the monster had lost its mind, rapidly pushing back and forth and gnashing its jaws. I had to duck under it, and then strike when its back was turned. 20 more hits, and it was destroyed. One last level to go, and then it was down to one last level. It's weird. Okay. I didn't hesitate. I selected Solomon and entered. Perhaps a little too fast. This last level was definitely the peak of disconnect between what the NES was graphically capable of and what the game could create. The music also caught my attention. It was one of the only songs that appeared more than once, the horrible screeching from when the hell pieced the beard in the graveyard. As soon as I started, there was already an enemy prepared to attack, a centaur wielding a whip, and it wasn't alone. When I started fighting, several more centaurs appeared and covered both sides at the same time. It was too much to handle. Solomon's flight saved me from taking too much damage at the start of the level. Centaur followed me after, but seeming unable to jump. After escaping the centaurs, I noticed gaps in the ground. While trying to avoid the jumping sword-mouthed enemies in mid-flight, I got close to the surface of the lava and a creature emerged and tried to grab me. Didn't succeed, but I was startled. Carefully maneuvering would need to be... Oh boy, let's take a second. Whew. Yeah, this is draining on me too. Careful maneuvering would be needed to avoid instant death here. As new enemies appeared, the level soon became very difficult. A lot of the trouble came from stocky red demons that stood on top of tall, narrow mountains and spewed fire. I got by them by waiting till their back was turned and hitting them with a flying kick, which made them fall into the lava. It was at this time I noticed that I wasn't gaining any health from killing enemies. Uh-oh. Not all the ground was stable. At one point, the ground was reduced to small chunks that slowly drifted towards the right. Some of them would sink to lava upon landing on them, and there was no way to tell which ones would sink, which would not. Being so close to the lava added to the threat of the lava creatures, and this was very frustrating. I was also feeling very hot, which made concentrating hard. If you ever had a heat rash, it felt similar to that. I had periodically stopped for water because of it. It's almost certainly due to the game and not my imagination, but I kept pushing through the thought out of my head. I didn't want to think about it. At the end of the stage, I encountered the boss rising from the lava. Its rival noted with an ungodly howling roar. When I walked onto the land, I saw how gigantic it was. Several times the size of Solomon, as if to fly up and attack it when it opens its mouth and let a huge blast of fire. Oh. I had to fly to dodge the flames, and then get close enough to the boss to fire a heat beam at his face, causing it to stumble backwards. If it didn't stumble backwards, it would have kept moving left until it forced Solomon into the lava, as there was no more ground within reach. The beast had to wait between uses of its fire breath, as it seemed to cost a great deal of energy. I used this time to attack it. But fire wasn't its only weapon, and I had to worry of the monster swatting at me with his clawed hands. As its health decreased, it moved faster, and the battle felt like a tug-of-war between the two monsters over this bridge of land. After about 40 or so hits, it was defeated, tumbling backwards into lava from whence it came, and then the final stage had been completed. As it was down to the two bosses in a final encounter with the Hell Beasts, for some reason I thought Ghidorah would be easier to beat, so I confronted him first. The classic Ghidorah battle music from the original startup as I was faced against the new King Ghidorah. King Ghidorah was as powerful and unrelenting as ever. He instantly lashed out with gravity beams, which were more damaging than Godzilla's heat beam. It became a struggle of constantly beating Ghidorah at every opportunity. Sorry, this is. It became a struggle of constantly beating Ghidorah at every opportunity to keep him from using the attacks. But Ghidorah soon saw through my tactic and started using physical attacks as well. He would strike with each of his necks, knocking me backwards and making it impossible to close enough to punch him. But I had an idea. To wait for him to lunge with one of his heads and immediately blast it with a sonic beam. Heat beam, actually. Yeah. It worked. And to my surprise, the heat beam had actually obliterated Ghidorah's middle head. I only had a few seconds before I realized that what did lead to, and surely enough. Oh. King Ghidorah was using the power of the glitch to transform into Mecha King Ghidorah. What really shocked me was the sudden change in music. I had heard it before, but it wasn't from the original NES game. It was from the game Super Godzilla, during the Mecha King Ghidorah fight. Mecha King Ghidorah's first attack was its most deadly, the Machine Hand. Very similar to Gigan's Saw, it immobilizes the user monster, and rapidly drains the health bar. Fortunately, before Ghidorah could do a lot of damage, the timer ran out. I would need to defeat Mecha King Ghidorah quickly to prevent him from using the Machine Hand, so I sent Solomon to fight him. The two monsters were evenly matched in strength. But Solomon was faster, and by slashing and heat beaming without pause, the cyborg monster soon met its end. With Ghidorah defeated, I was able to return to the board, now outnumbered by enemy by 4 monsters to 1. I now outnumbered the enemy by 4 monsters to 1, and victory seemed to be soon at hand. The base icon had changed to a blood red color. I could feel hatred emanating from it. I started with a fight against Destroya with Anguirus. Anguirus? I don't know. Maybe I'm just a fake Godzilla fan at the end of the day. And the music was the same as Ghidorah's. When the fight began, Destroya was in microscopic form. After one hit, it changed into Juvenile, which had few attacks and was also dealt with easily. The fight became serious once Destroya entered the aggregate form, gaining the use of large arms and the micro-oxygen beam. Anguirus' roll attack, which had been very useful up to now, was rendered useless by Destroya's constantly attacking me with large arms when I tried to use it. For this part of the fight, I had to rely on my brute strength. Just before the time ran out, Destroya had changed into his flying form, which Anguirus was ill-suited to fight against. Going back in, I fought against a flying form with Mothra, which seemed fitting. Mothra was weaker than Anguirus, but was much better equipped to dodge and counter flying Destroya's attacks, so the fight was in my favor. However, the Mecha Ghidorah fight music was started playing. Destroya changed into his final form sooner than expected, which drastically turned the tables. Oh. Mothra's attacks were doing very little damage to Destroya, and to move furiously to avoid damage while waiting for the timer to run out. Even though it would be near impossible to beat Destroya with Mothra, he still had 3 other monsters. Final form Destroya was very resistant to taking damage, and the heavily armored foe would not be defeated without a long fight. In the last part of the fight, I wasn't using much strategy. I just attacked as brutally and as fastly as I could. I see. On its last bar of health, Destroya tried one last counterattack. A beam of energy from its chest. I don't know how powerful it would have been, because just before it could fire, I punched Destroya in the chest cavity, destroying, well, him. And then, that was it. The last kaiju boss was gone. In the midst of all the excitement, I'd briefly forgotten there's still one last thing to do before the game would be over. Seeing the icon again hit me like a ton of bricks, and I froze for a few minutes. I had come so far to get to this point, but I was terrified. I really did not want to know what this last encounter was going to be like. Before I could let myself think about it any longer, I moved Godzilla over and began the stage. You're here now. This is the end. Just the one last thing, and then it's all over. And when the screen changed, there was nothing. Just Godzilla and a blank screen. I walked back and forth, fired a heat beam, nothing happened. Until I heard something, the faint sound of a familiar drum beat. Ah. And then from the shadows, here comes the red monster. It's just called red, apparently. Max power, max life. Oh, my music did run out this time. How about this? Oh, that caps away. Chapter 7, Zenith. Whew. I guess that's so far. Like I mentioned before, right? The amount of effort that went into actually making this is surprising to say the least. I mean, especially with that ending, right? It felt more like a webcomic, if anything, you know? This doesn't feel like a traditional creepypasta. This seems like a little mini book, if anything, like a short story, almost. I mean, it's even sorted into chapters, right? Now, I get the nudge towards action because you actually did beat the video game and beat these bosses, but there's a lot of like, I can only imagine how hard it was to write, and then I fight the monster, and then I beat up the monster. But then the monster's kind of fucked up, but here's the strategy I used. Actually, no, I think adding strategies used and like different attacks the other monster has, and like makes it go down a bit smoother, but we have definitely gone through a lot of it. With like enemy stages and stuff like that. Makes me wonder, this could very well be almost a feasible game. I mean, except for like the making you feel uncomfortable and like controlling your brain and stuff. But someone wanted to put in the time and the sprite work, they could actually bang a bunch of this stuff out, you know? I don't know. It's interesting to think about. I am hoping they do a little bit more with Maria. Was that her name? I think it was. I hope they return to that and maybe shore it up a little bit. I hope we get to see a little bit more weird stuff interacting with the game and having the game be alive. Like, because like besides like the a weird level of intelligence and pulling some memories, it's just kind of been like, well, it's the game but scary. Okay. I don't know. Without further ado, finale. Fuck me. Finale part 1 and finale part 2. Oh boy. I guess we won't need these faces anymore, huh? Oh dear God. That was my first thought on realizing I'd have to fight Red, a creature that tormented me through nearly the whole game. How would I be able to fight something that can kill with one touch? It seemed totally impossible. Thankfully, Red was no longer able to deal one-hit kills. Despite that, it was still one of the most difficult battles I've ever faced. In this game or otherwise. If I had any real comprehension of what I was getting into before I started the fight, I never would have done it. I very soon realized what a horrible mistake I had made. When Red reached out and clawed at Godzilla, And when those claws got through him, I felt it. You know, it's not common. It's common for people to cringe up when their video game character gets hit or loses a life. But this was not that. This was genuine physical pain. When the pain struck me, I paused the game. Hadn't suffered any actual injuries, but it felt just like shoulder had been clawed through. I had seen and experienced many unpleasant things at this point, but the game causing me real pain was where I drew the line. Yes, I'd be disappointed that I wouldn't get to see the ending, but the risk was no longer worth it. I was about to get up to take one last screenshot and turn off the NES when I realized something else. I couldn't get up. I was paralyzed in my seat. The only muscles I could move were my fingers and thumbs. As the terror set in, a new message appeared on the screen. You are not leaving. I started to scream, but only a weak choking sound was coming out. I desperately tried to get my body to move, but it did nothing. I was looking every direction and looking over at the computer. Somehow the computer was taking screenshots of the game on its own when I began the fight. I still don't know how or why. Something in the game must have been causing it, and also I needed pictures for the rest of the fight, or else this would be less of the format you're used to. That isn't in the creepypasta, I'm just saying. The fact that Ghost is taking screenshots for them, like a cool little buddy, like a bit weird, but you still want to have stuff to show for it, so anyways. Since Red could hear what I was saying, I tried begging for him to let me go. From here, things started to get hazy. I was under stress at the time, but from what I can remember, I said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I insulted you. I didn't mean it. I didn't know things would get this serious. Please just let me go. If you let me go, I promise I'll never tell anyone to return the game ever again, please. And Red replied, You pathetic worm, it's too late now. Only one will survive. The statement could not be any more clear. If I couldn't kill Red, then he'd kill me. Like an idiot, I'd played around with something I didn't understand, and now it might cost me my life. I stopped struggling to move and accepted the reality of my situation. There was one way to get out of this alive. I had to kill Red. It all went by so fast. If it weren't for the screenshots, I might have remembered any of this. Just like in the chase levels, Red removed at a horrifyingly fast speed. Barely enough time to process a thought. And thus there was no time to form a strategy. I had to rely slowly on my wits and reflexes. To make things worse, there was no way to predict what kind of attacks Red might use. So I constantly had to be on the offensive and defensive. I felt every hit that Godzilla took. They all hurt. I tried so hard to avoid the damage, but every attack that I dodged left me vulnerable to another. The pain would only get worse. After he jumped over me, Red's eyes started to glow. Moved as far back as I could and ducked. There's no dodging this one. Oh, the big spooky skull attack, huh? When this hit me, I really did scream. I screamed so loud that someone else in the apartment should have heard me, but they didn't. Just looking at this image hurts me, making me remember that incinerating burn. I paused the game because it hurt so bad, but Red unpaused the game to attack me again, which made me furious. Look at that. Cost him a lot of power though. Begun time. I immediately counterattacked with the heat beam, again and again until the powder meter was totally diminished. I wanted Red to hurt like I did. Just before the timer ran out, Red transitioned into his swimming form. Didn't think the time would still be affecting a battle like this, but I'm thankful for it, because it gave me a few minutes to collect my thoughts and decide what to do next. Chose to fight Red's next two forms, the monsters I had encountered them with. So Anguirus was next. Probably wasn't all that smart of an idea, but it's what I did. Jumped up and heat beamed Red in the face, and he moved off screen where I couldn't reach him. A wave of large mines started to fall from above. I felt this was unfair, so I shouted, "If you're gonna cheat, why do you even let me use the controller? Can't break the rules." This is like a little back and forth here. Okay. We're starting to really get into creepypasta territory. It's a bit more well done than others, but it's kind of showing its age just a little bit. Although it is doing that sort of format well. Like banter between like you and the ghost thing. You know. And then he came at me, rushing for the top left of the screen downwards. Damn it. I wouldn't even be able to see where his next attack was coming from. Red continued to strike from random angles. I constantly moved to swerve around him. Another 40 seconds went by and Anguirus was nearly done. Together we had forced Red into his flying form, so it was Mothra's turn next. Deciding to fight Red with Mothra was a terrible idea. Mothra was instantly overwhelmed by Red, and the Life Weaver was devastated in a mere 15 seconds. Yeah. And once Mothra's life was down to 2 bars, Red did something I didn't see coming. He reached out, grabbed Mothra, and ate her. After Mothra was devoured, I felt wow, word. Okay. Ooh. After Mothra was devoured, I felt agonizing pain, like being crushed to death. Mothra had been killed for my stupidity, and I would share the pain. It was a short transition from the battle to the board, but it felt like an hour. The pain combined with being unable to move was driving me insane. I wanted so badly for this to end. I never wanted anything so much, but I still had hope. There's only one monster left that could be brought to full health by engaging Red in battle. Solomon. If any of them had a chance to save my life now, it would be him. Solomon apparently has some history with Red. As when the fight started, this dialogue happened. Traitor, I always hated you. You can die like the rest. I'd rather die than serve you. Red took me by surprise again by immediately burning me with his demonic fire a second time. As much as it hurt, I actually worked to my advantage. Since Solomon started a full life, he still had some to spare, but now Red had used up all his energy. He couldn't use his ultimate weapon any longer. Now he would die. As he drew close to the end of his life bar, Red turned his whole body to face the screen and flew upwards, and slamming back down in an attempt to crush Solomon. When that failed to work, he tried to devour Solomon like he had Mothra, but he wouldn't be eating any monster this time. I thought I had won, but something was wrong. Red wasn't sinking to the bottom, and I still couldn't move. Red was still alive. Oh. Well. Okay. I'm not done with you. Onwards to finale. Is it gonna be like... I feel like this is gonna be like, I fought long and hard in this video game, and it was very hard, but I finally beat him in the end. Or, well, no, because we did finally actually lose last time. I don't think we've ever seen a game over screen. But like, it seems like... I don't know. There hasn't been a hard game over just yet. Because I imagine something like that would probably be like, you know, traditional creepypasta style. That means you die. Regardless. Finale part 2. After his seeming defeat by Solomon, Red had constructed his body into his gigantic final form, transporting us to a blazing inferno in the process. It was reminiscent of our first encounter, except now the scenery, much like the true power of Red, had become very real. The music had erupted into a loud blaring sound, a furious drum of death. Faced against Red's insane amount of health, my own demise was imminent. Solomon was my strongest monster, but not even he stood a chance. It's like trying to fight a mountain. Within seconds, Solomon was overpowered and dropped to the floor. When Red crushed him to death underneath his foot, the sadistic demon took his time as he snapped Solomon's vertebrae and ribs like dry, brittle twigs. I could tell he was enjoying our pain. You are weak. Your monsters are weak. You will all die. This is hopeless. I'm a dead man. I had no choice but send another monster's death. We're all gonna die. I only hoped that they would forgive me. After decreasing Red's health by a minuscule amount, Anguirus was also obliterated. Red unleashed a hail of blazing hot needles into his face until he collapsed. Another moment of unspeakable agony, the nothingness as my ally faded away. You can't win, Zachary. I asked Red how he knew my name, and then he said it. There we go. I've known you for a long time. I'll tell you a secret. I killed Melissa. For years she was being tortured by something nobody understood, and now I knew what it was. Now I understood why I was mocked about Melissa's death, how the game knew about it, because he knew about it. He was the one responsible, and this time he was going to kill me. Send your last monster. I will end this futile struggle. I was taken back to the board to sink Godzilla to his final stand. Barely anything was left of the board, just Godzilla and red icons and the fifth monster. In the midst of everything that was happening, I had completely forgotten about it. I tried to get against the selected. I cursed, I begged, I screamed at it to do something, anything to help me, to no avail. There was only one thing to do. Going with Godzilla. Oh. And it looks like using flame whips? What is that? Looks like he almost fed Godzilla to the monster. To Red. Interesting. I knew Godzilla wouldn't stand any more of a chance than the rest did. But maybe, now that all the other monsters are gone, the fifth monster might finally awaken. I managed to get the creature's icon selected, and I pressed the A button as fast as I could. The icon started to shake as if it were trying desperately to move. It was then that Red decided he was done playing fair. And before I could activate the monster, he went for the killing blow, paralyzing my heart. My hands started to become numb and unfeeling. But even as the vision started fading away, I still tried to press the A button. Red surely was breaking one of his rules, but he must have thought that if he could kill me quickly, it'd be too late for any consequences to the matter, and he would have won. He was wrong. As the game over screen melts away into clashing blue and red pixels, Red's power was being challenged by another force, prevented him from killing me. When I regained my consciousness, when I regained my vision, I saw a familiar sign. Zach, we don't have much time. Who are you? You already know me. I am Melissa. Is that possible? Red told me he killed you. It's true. Even after death, he tortures me. If you can't stop him, he'll do the same to you. How'll I be able to stop him now? I can't fight Red, but there's one who can. I will release him from Red's grasp. Don't give up. I love you. Her words stirred something inside me. I wasn't going to die like this, and I had more to fight for her. And I had more to fight her What? I had more to fight her for than just my own life. I had to fight to save Melissa and the world she inhabits. With her help, the fifth monster was finally unleashed. Acacius. It was this time to end this. Oh boy. Once and for all, together we would take this damn hellspawn out of existence. Golden monster there. They can't save you. Acacius was by far the strongest playable monster in the game. He had to be if you were to have any chance of surviving. His punch involved turning his hands into blades, which caused tremendous damage. But Red had more than enough life to spare. In the end, this would come down to pure skill. I see. Fighting. Fighting. Laser eyes. Cassius is firing eye beams and hand blasts. He's dodging forward and backwards. With one final strike, Red was destroyed. His body disintegrated and sank below, accompanied by a soar of triumphant music. Slowly, the paralysis wore off, and I was able to stand up again. That's a creepier face than what he had before. And dead. We had done it. Melissa's death had been avenged, and I felt overwhelming happiness. Until I remembered all the death and pain that led up to this point. All the other monsters who had fought and died. I was about to mourn them, but the game had yet to conclude. Oh? Hello? In the graveyard, we see Mothra and the other monsters slowly coming into form. Tears of joy streamed down my face and I broke out crying. I cried harder than I have in several years, maybe in my whole life. All I'd been through and discovered. Now the game was coming to an end. But before she and all the others left, Melissa had something to tell me. You saved us, and we are forever grateful. We'll be together again someday. Someday. That's right. Toho Co. Limited presents Godzilla, Monster of Monsters. Back to the title screen here. Licensed by Nintendo of America. It's true. But there's still one more to go. The epilogue. I am Zachary. At the time I write this, it has been 3 weeks since the fateful night when I played the NES Godzilla game. Going back to that night, immediately after I turned off the NES, once I was able to start walking around again, the first thing I did was unplug it, take out the cartridge, and put them in separate sock drawers. Yeah, man. I looked over at the computer. All the screenshots you've seen of the story were saved. I backed up all the images on a flash drive before turning the computer off, just in case. After that, I hit the bed and instantly passed out. It was not a restful sleep, one of complete exhaustion. It felt like no time had passed before I woke again. And what a day that was. The first thought I recall coming to mind was, what the hell happened last night? I thought about it for a short while until it occurred to me to contact the person I got the game from to begin with, Billy. I called him up and told him to go over to my apartment, which she did. I showed him the screenshots and gave him a very basic summary of what had happened. First he thought I was pulling a joke on him, but he soon realized that was not the case. Once it hit him that this was real, he was speechless. He made it clear that he had absolutely not tampered with the game, had no idea about any of this. So then, the obvious question was asked to Billy. Where did you get it from? got this simple answer of another friend of mine that I trade games with. He assured me he was a trustworthy person and he had never had any issues with the games he got from him before. So then Billy called him. We told this guy the story. He was shocked and surprised as anyone. Except he abruptly hung up on us. This clearly wasn't going anywhere. Before Billy left that day, he asked me if I wanted him to take the cartridge and dispose of it. I sharply declined. He asked how I could possibly still want to keep the thing. I told him I needed time to think it over and that was that. Billy and I haven't talked much since, even though I told him this isn't the case. I get the impression that Billy thinks what happened with the game was his fault. After he left that day, I did a lot of thinking. It was very hard for me to do anything else, really. Couldn't stop thinking about the game. There were so many questions left unanswered. What was Red? Was Melissa really in the game? How did she get there? And why did all this happen to this game? One question that kept me for many nights was... It said he had known me for a long time, but... how? Ever since then, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. The game made me ask myself questions about death and reality, ways that I never wanted to think about. I'm not too sure if anything anymore. Constantly thinking about it soon began to have a negative impact on my life. I just didn't care about anything else at that point. By comparison, all the other day-to-day activities seemed utterly pointless. I eventually decided that I had to choose between one of two things. Trying to play the game again, or destroy it. I tried several times to convince myself to try the former, but I never got farther than plugging the NES back up. Just touching the cartridge made me remember all the pain I felt during the fight with Red. I wonder if perhaps playing the game again myself might cause something terrible to happen. I don't know anything about how this game worked, and it was too risky. I wasn't sure I could stand another round of the game anyways. So it was time for the other option. Wanting to get some fresh air, I took the game with me and drove to the lake, planning to throw it in. I got to the lake with the cartridge in my hands and I looked down on it and I thought of Melissa. What I experienced in the game was ingenuine. Doing what I did may have been the only way to save her from endless torture. In a way, this warped game might have saved her soul. God damn it. Once that thought came into my head, I knew I wouldn't be able to destroy it. So I just sat down at a bench, gazing at the lake for about an hour. Ultimately, I decided on a third option, selling the game on eBay. It may be selfish, but I promise you that has nothing to do with money. What the fuck? I don't care how much or how little I get paid for this game. I believe me. Yeah. It's selfish because I don't want the responsibility of owning this cartridge anymore. I can't dwell on this forever. The only way I can deal with this is by putting the game out of my life. You don't even like... You don't have to just put it in a box and bury it somewhere, you know? Something like that. You don't have to destroy it. You just gotta put it somewhere. Sell it to someone. Sell it to fucking someone else on eBay. We'll see how this goes. This brings me to the main reason I create a summary of these events. First is record the details while I can remember them. Second is that whoever bids on this game knows what they're getting into. I can't guarantee the safety of anyone else who plays the game or anything that will happen at all. But to the new owner of the gamer, remember this. Be careful, and if you feel as if the game is literally messing with your mind, shut the damn thing off. Still the best, 1973. Yeah, look at that sprite work. All the new art, even like full-fledged art like this. Like, I guess at the end of the day, it is a creepypasta. Something to be posted and shared around the internet, you know? But like selling it, has to be the most irresponsible thing to do. Although, yet again, the fact that I actually care, does that sound mean to say? I think it might sound mean to say. The fact that I actually care about, like, well, what happened to this? What happened to that? You know? Wanting to know more about the story and get that conclusion, like, where'd it come from? Stuff like that. What is Ren? I don't know. I think that's the sign of, even if an ending is disappointing, like, the fact that it disappoints you to a degree shows how much you like the story. Not to say that this is disappointing. Exactly, but I do wish there was more or a little bit of something else. And then again, like with how much you build, a lot of this was more about the journey, if anything. Showing the faces, showing the monsters, doing all this stuff, you know? It was more about the trip through the game than the actual destination, in a way. With all this sprite work, all these mysteries, not knowing what's gonna happen next, you know? I guess part of me wonders how many ways it could have really ended, you know? Oh, wow. But yeah, I think, I don't know. I was planning on covering the NES game itself. You know, just seeing what the game's usually like, stuff like that. But no, honestly, I expected this to be a lot shorter. So I think we're just gonna let this one lie. Although on a later date, I definitely want to come back and see about actual, like, you know, Godzilla monster of monsters, like the case itself, playing it, seeing what that's about. Let's break the fourth wall here. Fourth wall? Kayfabe? Listen, I saw that the creepypasta Godzilla game was not entirely complete as of yet. In fact, it seemed like a lot of people think the game might be dead at this point, but even getting partially that game to play, if they took, like, expanded on the sprite work and actually made it move and work and do stuff, like, I don't know, I still think that would be worthwhile to look into. Oh, but anyways, over here, please. Man, I should stop starting this late. Who else kicking? It's not exactly prime time right now, you know? Um, Icy's live, but she's doing Call of Duty, and that's a bit of a tonal shift, you know? So, um, let's see here. Oh, seriously? No other channels besides that? There's gotta be more than that. Low to high? Okay, there we go. Weird. Ah, what's with this? I don't get the infinite list anymore. Seriously? Hold on. We'll F11 this, and then we'll check over here. Oh. Mm, okay, I guess. Recently starting? Oh, what the hell? Is this just something new they're doing? Because, like, I used to be able to scroll through the live channels and just go and go and go, you know? That's how I found a lot of people to raid out to, and you know, I didn't know anyone online, or they weren't really connecting with the vibe. What the fuck? Okay, I guess. Cool. Neat. Very neat. Who is this person? I don't know. It seems like they're playing Psychonauts though. What's your deal? Ah, anime. Icky. I like the music though. What's this person's deal? Okay. They're doing some classic games over here. I think they're muted though. But are you gonna load more channels? No? Okay. Banjo 2. Oh my god, the ads. Whew. How about this? Alan Wake 2. There we go. Okay. Oh, what the hell?
Cute pink ball that goes polio.
Oh. Well, no. This is troublesome. Is what this is. Nothing but trouble, all the way down. Jeez. How about history? There we fucking go. Whew. Alright, y'all. I'll try to be back tomorrow for a more reasonable time, but I hope you guys enjoyed the Godzillas. I sure did. Bye-bye, bye-bye. I think today's Wednesday, right? Yeah. Thursday night, I'm probably gonna go back and actually play the game, and then do some Gungrave because probably need to get back to that. I am also curious about that. Part of me wants to do like a whole creepypasta reading and creepypasta game night, but I don't know how many creepypastas are actually playable, to be honest. Anyways, I hope you all have a good night. Hope you enjoyed. Hope not too many of you are asleep right now. Alright. I'll catch you later.
Welcome in, everyone.
Your partner here, try
Let's go. Let's rock.
This song goes out to our favorite tortured writers. Let these sweet tunes guide you out of the darkness.
Let's go.
Dark ocean summoning. Hey, you're making me look bad in front of Saga, bro. Let's try that again.
You guys got it, I believe. Oh yeah. Survive. Oh shit. Do I have ammo? Do you give me ammo? Okay, good. Nice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, the FPS.